Conference, please take your seats. Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Conference, please take your seats. Conference, welcome to Labour Party Conference 2022. Please welcome Alice Perry and the Platform Party.
No, it's fine. Okay. So, welcome everyone to Labour Party Conference. And good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to be back in Liverpool. And so we want to welcome everyone to conference, and also especially those delegates here for the first time. It's, well, okay. We also want to welcome all our visitors and exhibitors today, including people from charities, the cooperative movement, trade unions, civil society and business. This is one of the biggest, that's correct, one of the biggest conferences ever, with more exhibitors and visitors than ever before. It's the biggest one in 15 years, in fact, with so many fringe events and exciting things. It's fantastic to see people really interested in what the party is doing, and we're going to all work together in partnership to rebuild this country. So conference today will be mostly about internal party matters in the morning. We'll be hearing from the Deputy Leader, the General Secretary's report and party chairs, amongst others, and we'll also be looking at the motions that were sent to us by Women's Conference. And at the end, we'll be debating rule changes towards the end of the day. So first, I'm delighted to ask my friend and fellow NEC member, the long-standing MP Angela Eagle, to welcome us to Liverpool.
Thank you so much, Alice, and I'd like to thank you, Keir, for that wonderful tribute to our late Queen. Conference, it's an honour to welcome you all back here to Liverpool. I've lived in Merseyside most of my life, grew up here, and for the last 30 years I've had the enormous privilege of representing the people of Wallasey as their first ever Labour MP. Now, the first Labour candidate to contest Wallasey 104 years ago was Walter Citrine, a local electrician who ended up as General Secretary of the TUC, became a Lord, and is even now revered in the Labour movement for his seminal book on how to chair Labour meetings correctly. Conference, literally none of us would be here without his guidance, and it echoes down the century. But we had to wait until 1992 to win Wallasey for Labour. So it gives me enormous pleasure to welcome you all back to this, our 121st Labour conference, held here in Liverpool for the 6th time in our long and proud history. Now, I am fortunate enough to have been a part of the 1997 Labour landslide, which swept a sleazy and discredited Tory government from power after 18 long years. They'd been in office too long, they'd lost their moral compass, and their economic policies left millions of our people behind. Conference, does that sound in any way familiar? I'm also fortunate enough to have served as a minister in the Labour governments which followed that new dawn. Labour governments that improved the lives of people across our country, lifted millions of children and pensioners out of poverty, helped bring peace to Northern Ireland, and yes, grew the economy. Our Labour governments ensured that economic growth benefited everybody. We spread opportunity wider with Sure Start centres, child trust funds and the minimum wage. And we fought prejudice and created a fairer, more equal society, strengthened the law against all forms of discrimination and transformed LGBT rights. The conference, we should never forget that that's why we are all gathered here this week, to lay the foundations for the next transformative Labour government and fulfil our founding mission as the Labour Party, to build a socially and environmentally sustainable society, to offer our people the change they are crying out for, fairness and opportunity at work, a green prosperity plan to fight climate change and transform our economy, and a rebuilt health service which we can all be proud of once more. We need a Labour government, not yet another tired Tory rebrand. We've had 12 years of the Tories, and what have we got to show for it? Wages falling, poverty rising, growth non-existent for a decade. They think they can throw out the last Prime Minister and claim they're a brand new government. But we all know they're really just the same old Tories. And what is Libertarian Liz Truss's big idea for Britain? Higher bonuses for bankers and tighter benefit rules for part-time workers. Tax cuts for the well-off, paid for on the Never Never. Conference, if you want to know what a tired, washed-up, out-of-ideas government looks like, look no further than one that puts Jacob Rees-Mogg in charge of people's energy bills. Now, that would be a tough job for anyone, let alone a man who pretends to live in an era before electricity was invented and has all the empathy of Scrooge before he was visited by the spirits of Christmas. Now, Conference, you don't need to tell the people of Liverpool what happens when the Tories get their way. This city has been at the sharp end of it. They planned a managed decline for Liverpool, and they've stripped nearly £500 million from the local authority budget since 2010. Food bank use has soared, and now the council is planning to open warm banks this winter to stop people freezing to death. But this is also a city that knows what a Labour government means. Awarding Liverpool the 2008 City of Culture was the trigger for an urban revival which got the city back on its feet and put it where it belongs, at the beating heart of progressive Britain. And that transformation can happen again with a Labour government determined to unite our country, not divide it like the Tories. A Labour government determined to help the many, not the few, to govern for the benefit of all, not just a few rich donors. Because this week we are going to show that this is a party reborn, one that is ready for government, one that has the ideas, the commitment and the discipline to lead Britain. And when the history books are written, we will look back on this conference as one of the moments along the road to delivering the fairer, greener future Britain deserves. Conference, we can make this happen, but we can only do it together. So whether it's your first conference, or like me, your 42nd, it's all a blur. Make the most of it, enjoy everything it has to offer, enjoy everything this fantastic city has to offer, and don't forget to pop over to Wallasey while you're at it. Because by the end of this conference, we're going to be one step closer to that transformative Labour government led by Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister. And we are going to be one step closer to having, at long last, a Labour government that can give Britain the fresh start it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. So, Conference, before we progress any further, I need to remind you that the priorities ballot is currently open in the ballot area, and it's open until 2:30. The priority ballots decide which motions we'll be discussing over the course of the week, so it's really important for everyone to take part. And there'll be a card vote at the end of the session, so please don't forget to collect your card vote pack. And if you didn't make it along this morning to the regional briefing, you can collect your card votes from the ballot area on my right. Or is it my left? Which way? Oh, they're there. So I'm now going to pass on to the Vice Chair of the NEC, Joanna Baxter, to take over the chair for a few minutes. So we've been through a lot as a party, as Angela said brilliantly in her speech, and we've learned from the dark days of the 2019 election defeat, the time we spent looking inwards and consumed with fighting each other. We let down our communities when they needed us. But here we are in Liverpool in 2022, a government in waiting, a serious political party that will win the next general election. And looking at the Conservatives this week, the choice facing the country couldn't be clearer. It's the Conservative Party that looked divided, defeated, tired and out of touch, but not us. So it's an important conference for the Labour Party, as Angela says, a turning point. We're here to discuss and debate the policies that will change the direction of our country and build a fairer and more prosperous future for all. And we're also here to show the public that Labour has listened, that we're organised and we're ready for the next general election, and a Labour government that will deliver real economic growth for the benefit of everyone, for a fairer, greener future. So thank you, conference. Have a brilliant week, and let's get on with it. Thank you. I'm going to say as well, I chose not to use all my time, and all the speakers are welcome to not use all their time as well. If we're all concise, then more people will get to speak and we'll get to hear more points of view and more items in the policy debate. So, next item is the Conference Arrangements Committee report. So each day we'll receive a report from the Conference Arrangement Committee, which you might hear abbreviated to the CAC. And the CAC is responsible for putting together the agenda for conference, and delegates will have a printed copy provided each morning, and will also be emailing an electronic copy as soon as it's available. So for people who've been to conference before, they'll know that conference business changes day by day, so reports are produced overnight by our hard-working staff, and a massive thank you to all the staff. It's an enormous amount of work putting conference together, so thank you everyone. I'm now going to pass over to Harry Donaldson, Chair of the Conference Arrangements Committee. Harry.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you back to the vibrant city of Liverpool for this year's annual meeting of our party. A city where the Labour Council is building a better future for the children of Liverpool, with 17 new schools, protecting vital children's centres, libraries and leisure facilities. A Labour Council that is building 8,000 new homes and creating 30,000 new jobs. The Conference Arrangements Committee would like to thank all Labour Party team, conference venue staff, stewards and many contractors who have worked tirelessly to get us here today. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Anna Hutchinson, the previous Secretary of the CAC, for all her valued work and wise counsel over the years. We wish her well in her new chosen career. Annual Conference 2022 could be the last conference before a general election, and is an opportunity for us to show that we are ready to lead and to be a party of government. Today we will hear from Angela Rayner and our General Secretary David Evans, Annalise Dodds and Shabana Mahmood. We will celebrate our success with the Merit and Best Practice Awards, and we will debate and vote on important rule changes that would make vital changes to our party as we prepare for the next general election. CAC Report 1 has been made available to all delegates and sets out the detailed agenda for today, as well as a broad timetable for the rest of the week. All conference documentation can be found on members' area of the Labour Party website, with CAC reports added daily. Throughout the week, all the information delegates require for the day will be reproduced on CAC report, which is emailed to all delegates by 8 a.m. A small supply of hard copies will be available at the hall doors, but delegates are asked only to take one if they are unable to use the online version. Delegates should make themselves familiar with the standing orders for conference, with details commencing on pages 54 of CAC1 report. Both constituencies and the affiliate sections take part in this ballot. The result will be determined by the 6+6 system. This means that there will be debates on the 6 topics that top the poll in each section. Delegates vote for topics rather than specific motions, as more than one motion is usually submitted in each subject. Issues not selected for debate will be referred to the appropriate policy commission after conference so they can be considered as part of the party's decision-making process, or to the NEC, who will report back on any actions taken. The full list of motions is available in an addendum to CAC1, which was emailed to delegates prior to conference starting. The ballot takes place until 2 p.m. today. The ballot area is located in the ECL, opposite the doors to the main hall. To assist with crowding and backed by popular demand, ballot boxes are also available at each side of the hall during ballot opening hours. The result of the priorities ballot will be announced at the end of conference today, and composite meetings for the successful subjects will be timetabled for this evening, starting at 4 p.m. Delegates with motions in the priorities ballot should ensure they make themselves aware of compositing arrangements and should their motions succeed in the priorities ballot. I'd like to recommend conference only fully accredited delegates appointed in accordance with the party rules are entitled to move motions on behalf of their organisations. Delegates also have access to delegate services, printing and computers at stand 56-257, located in the Exhibition Centre. This service is available, and whilst conference is sitting, this will enable to maximise the number of delegates able to speak during conference. Delegates will only be able to speak once from the floor in any one debate. Once chosen in a debate, please do not seek to speak again in that debate, as you will be turned away. Movers are allowed 3 minutes and other speakers 2 minutes. Those moving reference backs are allowed 1 minute. Chairs will make every effort to call delegates from across the conference floor, and delegates are reminded that chairs will only call delegates who remain seated and indicate by a raised hand. Accessibility stewards can provide assistance where and when required. The official partner for charity for this year's Labour Party conference is Zoe's Place, a baby hospice. Zoe's Place has 3 hospices across the UK, and they are the only baby-specific hospices in the country. The local site, which is only 7 miles from here, provides respite, short breaks, palliative and end-of-life care to babies and infants from birth to age 5. So we encourage all delegates to support this worthy charity and cause. The NEC met yesterday and agreed the rule changes to be debated by conference. The details of the proposed rule changes to be debated today are detailed in pages 21 through 54 of CAC1. All ballots taking place this week are detailed in the delegates' report on page 8 and will be repeated in CAC reports for the relevant day. 10 emergency motions were received by the deadline and considered against the criteria. The CAC has considered these motions and ruled 2 as meeting the criteria. Those deemed as not meeting the criteria have been offered an appeal, which will take place today. Details of appeals and reasons for the rejections have been communicated to the relevant CLPs and organisations. The CAC received 12 reference backs to policy documents. All were agreed and will be considered in the relevant policy debate and printed in CAC report for that day. This afternoon's session will include a debate on the motions put forward to annual conference from the highly successful online women's conference that took place earlier this year. These motions are reproduced on pages 12 through to 20 on CAC 1. The Leader's speech will take place on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Further information will be provided on CAC 3 on Tuesday. The CAC and conference team have worked hard to ensure the best possible conference experience for everyone. We have accessibility stewards, mental health first aiders and our safeguarding team are available and on call to ensure that everyone has a safe and enjoyable conference experience. We ask that everyone plays their part by treating each other with kindness and respect throughout our daily conference agenda, but also during the many fringe events, evening sessions and social time spent with fellow attendees reconnecting. On behalf of the CAC, I also want to remind attendees about the role of ensuring that our conference is a safe and inclusive experience for all children, young people and adults. We believe that everyone has the right to live their lives free from abuse, harassment and neglect, and conference should be a reflection of that belief. All attendees are expected to demonstrate the highest standards of behaviour towards each other. If anyone sees or hears something that makes them concerned, they should report this to the appropriate services, either by speaking to a steward, a staff member or a member of the safeguarding unit. Before I formally move the report, I wish to remind all attendees at conference that anyone wishing to enter the conference centre will need to be wearing a pass. This is also true of the conference hotel. As ever, we want everyone to have a safe and enjoyable conference. The CAC, NEC, police party and venue staff, security staff and stewards will be working together to achieve that. Chair, I move my report to conference.
Thank you very much, Harry. So, as Harry says, CAC is in session. So they're here throughout conference, and if you have any issues or questions or concerns, it might be easier to go and see them rather than raising it on the conference floor. There is an opportunity for anyone who wishes to make any points or ask any questions about the CAC report. But please remember, if you want to bring it to, we want to get on with conference business as soon as possible. So if you do want to bring it to the conference floor now, you can. But do take a moment to think about whether or not you might rather go and talk to Harry directly. So that being said, oh, and also, if anyone's already made your point, please don't duplicate it so we can get on with the proceedings. But that being said, if you would like to ask a question or raise a point from the CAC report, can you please go to the speaker's desk there and they'll register your pass. So I can see two people on the right. Yeah. Okay. Delegate, welcome. Yeah, come on up.
I'm Matthew Teal from City of Durham Constituency Labour Party and also their membership officer. I'm asking the CAC to give time for an NEC report on the crisis in our membership system. It is almost a year now since the hack and our membership system is in total crisis. We have not had any decent report on the situation. All of our members out there, all our membership secretaries, all our constituency secretaries know exactly how bad the situation is.
Apologies, this is more of a question for David Evans perhaps, or a different part.
I'm just asking for time on the agenda.
Well, thank you, you've made your point. We'll keep it moving, that's all. Can we try and keep questions for the CAC, actually for the CAC report? If you've got a question that might fit better for the General Secretary's report, please raise it then.
No, there's no questions.
Oh, there's no questions? Yeah, okay. Come to the CLP Secretary's briefing.
Hiya, Andrew Hedges, North West Durham, CLP Youth Delegate. Can the CAC please clarify something on page 21 to 22? The CAC report states that if the following NEC rule changes are passed, then consequentially CLP or affiliated organisation rule changes will fall automatically. But no rule changes are listed below. So please could the CAC clarify if any rule changes proposed by the NEC will affect proposals from CLPs or affiliates? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And that's a good example of a relevant question for the CAC report. And thank you for referencing the page as well. That's very helpful. Yeah. We're going to take everyone who's in the queue now, and that's it. So you, Delegate with the stripes, that's you as well. And then we'll move on.
Can I ask the CAC to explain why the regional staff in Eastern Region were deciding who got the ballots for the priority ballots? I was unable to discuss the vote on behalf of my CLP.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And thank you for being concise as well. Next Delegate.
My name is Marie Walsh. I'm from Wantage constituency. I want to clarify whether I'm able to move reference back to the CAC report today.
No, but thank you very much for your question.
Well, the issue I want to raise
No,
then, I appreciate that...
We're not taking reference backs. I'm sorry, Delegate.
Okay, I'll just ask a question then, okay?
That's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I appreciate the work that the Conference Arrangements Committee do, but it's also very important to each constituency that their resolution, that their motion to conference, we only get to put one, is actually heard and debated, or at least, gets into the priority vote. On page 111 of your motions pack, you'll see that the Wantage constituency motion is listed under motions referred because it exceeded the 250-word limit. And I don't think that's the case. What we were told is that our motion was being ruled out under the rule that it could not cover more than one subject. So I think factually the report is wrong. And I just want to ask why our resolution was deemed to be covering more than one subject. Well, what it was covering was the problem of the energy crisis at the moment, the energy crisis and the cost of living crisis, and the solutions to that problem. If a problem and the solutions to the problem are going to be deemed as two different subjects, then almost every resolution on the agenda would be ruled out of order.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next Delegate.
Hi, I'm Jen Corcoran from Southport CLP. I'm just referring to something on page 34 of the Yellow Booklet. Last year, Conference voted for a rule change submitted by my CLP and City of Durham on snap parliamentary elections, otherwise known as where there is insufficient time. And you'll see there it says that it should be comprised of 3 representatives of a CLP. As I understand it, there have been 5 by-elections since where there's been an NEC-heavy panel rather than 1 rep. So we are asking the CAC to schedule an item for the NEC to explain why it has not implemented the rule change and allow time for delegates to ask follow-up questions, please.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And thank you as well for being concise too. This is our final delegate.
Morning, Conference. Lewis Crenett from Brighton Pavilion CLP. I was just wondering why the CAC did not think the Brighton Pavilion emergency motion on defence spending was able to be discussed today.
Thank you very much, Delegate.
Also, secondly, endorse what I think the 3rd delegate who came up and said about the priority ballots. Ours also didn't get
They've already
discussed.
made the point, then it's been made, but thank you very much, Delegate. And thank you for being concise as well. Okay. So, Harry, would you like to respond? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and for Lewis there, we'll report back on that. And you'd asked the question on Brighton Pavilion. We'll look into that and obviously feed back to you later today. I'll contact you with an update. In terms of Jane Paul, the page there was the election rule change. There is time this afternoon scheduled to debate constitutional amendments, but organisational issues are a matter for the NEC. In terms of London Region wantage, the 250-word rule is the requirement to be 250 words is strictly adhered to in order to ensure consistency of approach across all organisations. We'll review our communications in the democracy portal for future years and ensure that submitting organisations are clear that only the words of the motion should be submitted. Again, the need to make clear, I did indicate that the ballot would commence at 2 p.m. and that was an error. It should be 2:30 today. The ballots will be announced. I think that's covered the items that are there, and I'm sure if anybody has any additional questions that they haven't come to Rostrum with, if they want to come and see anybody in the CAC or come and meet us at the CAC, we're sure that we can give an explanation or clarify anything that's maybe not abundantly clear to any individual. We'll make that offer anyway to conference. Thank you.
So, thank you, Harry. We're now going to vote on the CAC report. So, having listened to Harry's responses to the points raised, can I see all those in favour of accepting the CAC report? And can I see all those against? And do we have any abstentions? Okay. So that's carried. Thank you very much. So now the next item is obituaries. And conference, we've lost a number of valued colleagues since we last met. The names of some of the people are listed on page 16 of the NEC Annual Report and in the Conference Arrangements Committee Report 1. And there may be others who are known to you as well, so please do come and share their names with the Speaker's desk? The Conference Arrangements Committee. Yeah, with the Conference Arrangements Committee if there's anyone else you'd like included. So conference will celebrate the lives of our colleagues with applause. So please stand now to remember all of those who we've lost since we last met. So, conference, our first keynote speaker is our fantastic deputy leader, and I can't think of anyone better to kick off these proceedings today. Over to you, Angela. So, Angela, do you want to... so, welcome, Kieran, Angela, and Angela, over to you.
Well, conference, it's a pleasure to speak to you today as your deputy leader and to be back in Liverpool together again after our country has endured all those that we lost during the pandemic. And at a time of national mourning, the late Queen stood for unity in the darkest of times and public duty above all else This is her legacy. For many, this time has been a painful reminder of losing a loved one, as too many of us did during the pandemic. For others, it's a moment to reflect. For me, I think of a lifetime of public service and the legacy we all leave. Now, our duty to the next generation is to shape a future that is brighter than the past. That is our task this week, to set out the future that we should face and that should face our children. Because, Conference, I see too much lost potential. Britain deserves better, and I know we can do better. Just look at this government's record since we last gathered in Liverpool just 4 years ago. 3 different leaders, a catalogue of sleaze, waste and lies. Cummins, Patterson and Pincher back to the hilt. Chris Grayling, Grant Shapps and too much Matt Hancock. Far too much Matt Hancock. Green cards and non-doms. Tree houses and even tractor porn. Breaking the law in a specific and limited way. Queues at the airports, chaos at the borders, mountains of PPE unfit for use, billions in fraud written off, sewerage in the rivers, a Prime Minister hiding in a fridge, 3 sleaze watchdogs out in the cold, and the Bernard Castle eye test, the Downing Street crime scene, broken swings, wine stains, sick on the walls, 126 fines. More than anywhere else in the country. Rules made, rules broken, Partygate, Wallpapergate, too many gates, too little, too late, mate. And now a Prime Minister who says people don't work hard enough. Well, enough is enough. Just as our country was desperate for change in 1997, we need change now, because Britain is at a crossroads, Conference. A moment of decision about what future we all want, about what we can collectively achieve together, and about what we can be. And at this moment, what do the Conservatives offer? Lining the pockets of oil and gas executives, enriching bankers while families are starving. A tax on our most basic rights. Be in no doubt, Conference, they're coming after the most basic things that we expect. Decent work, fair pay, the foundations of a family life. Conference, so long as I have breath in my body, I will defend those rights, and including the right to strike. And when in power, we will repeal the anti-worker and anti-trade union laws this Conservative government has enacted. All of it. The Tories are not on the side of working people in Britain today. Liz Truss has already made that clearer than it's ever been. She's chosen to stand for the vested interests, for the oil companies and for the bankers, for those profiting from this crisis and not suffering from it. And it is working families who have been bearing the brunt. When I was a young mum, I remember that sick feeling in my stomach. All it takes is one break, one accident, one mishap, and you can't get by. And if your kids have holes in their shoes, their feet get wet, on the way to school. If your fridge breaks, you can't feed your family. It's not a vision for a modern Britain. It is the result of years of Tory decision. Conference, families up and down the country this winter, many for the first time in their lives, are now living on the edge. And it's not just families that are suffering. Years of underinvestment have shattered the resilience of British businesses. I think of the small business owners like Pauline in my constituency of Ashton, who runs a local pub that doubles as a food bank and a community centre. During the pandemic, Pauline had to close her doors. Another small business left out in the cold by this government. And now she's absolutely sick with worry about her energy bills skyrocketing, feeling fear of closure yet again. Local pubs and businesses are the lifeblood of our communities. But at every twist and turn, the government poured money into the pockets of the cronies, leaving people like Pauline high and dry. They need a government on their side. And instead they get Liz Truss. Level down, Liz. Trickle down, Liz. And so I ask Liz Truss today, whose side are you on? When you boost bankers' bonuses but force working people to carry the can for the energy crisis, whose side are you on? Using the pandemic to pile billions into the bank accounts of cronies while nurses wore bin bags, whose side are you on? When you say the working people of this country need more graft, then deprive them of the fair pay. Whose side are you on? Conference, I'll tell you who was on my side when I needed it the most. A Labour government was on my side when I had my first baby and nowhere else to turn. A Labour government was on my side when I didn't have a home, let alone enough money to heat it. And a Labour government was on my side when I wanted to be a good mum to my kids and improve their lives. And I promise you this, Conference, that when I'm Deputy Prime Minister, a Labour government will be on your side too. I will make it my mission to spend every penny of the public money for the good of the nation, making Britain work for working people, investing in our local communities and talent, and standing up for this country. Just as we were in 1997, we're now at a crossroads. The moment of choice is upon us, our movement to show our country what we can do together. The next Labour government will pump money back into the pockets of local communities, the people who built Britain. Consider this: a third of all government spending goes on procurement, a third. More than the NHS, double the education budget. And Labour will unleash the power of procurement to drive up standards. And today I'm announcing our value for money guarantee. Our pledge to ensure that every single penny of taxpayers' money provides the best possible value to the public. We will turn the Tory procurement racket on its head so it serves the national interest and not the vested interests. Our 5-point national procurement plan will start by rewarding businesses and enterprises who pay their taxes and pay their workers properly, creating opportunities for new jobs and skills and helping our high streets thrive again. To unlock opportunity everywhere and reverse the tide of young people forced to leave their hometowns. Hand in hand with Labour's Green Prosperity Plan for green growth across Britain. And second, we will give small enterprise a level playing field at winning contracts. Where the Tories handed billions of pounds to their cronies with links to tax havens, we will ensure local businesses are no longer shunted to the back of the queue behind giant corporations with more form fillers than they have workers. We will cut red tape and streamline their bidding process, giving small businesses a genuine shot. It will no longer just be the giant corporations with the glossiest leaflets that wins. Everyone will get a fair chance. Those who put into the system and uphold good standards will be rewarded. Now, the Tories had a VIP lane. Their donors, cronies, firms with Tory MPs on their books, or anyone who could WhatsApp Matt Hancock. We will replace that approach entirely. The only fast-track lane I will allow is for local businesses and enterprises who create wealth in our communities and contribute to a fairer society. The VIPs under Labour conference will be all of you, the British public. And thirdly, we will raise standards across the economy by clawing back the public's money from those who fail to deliver for taxpayers. And we'll plough that money back straight into a dynamic, ethical local enterprise fund. Quality and innovation, not failure, will be rewarded. And by striking off failed providers, we will help local businesses thrive. Never again can we see a repeat of the scandal that has seen Tory ministers write off £10 billion on unused PPE they bought with our money, defective, substandard and unfit for use. We'll give the Tory sleaze merchants their marching orders. And instead, conference, we will use the power of procurement to boost local businesses that work for Britain. With Labour, they will no longer be locked out of the system. And fourthly, we will guarantee transparency about taxpayers' money and how it's spent through a public dashboard of government contracts. It's inspired by Ukraine's anti-corruption blueprint. Even under the attack from Russia, they are honest about how they spend public money. So what's the Tories' excuse? They were at it again this week, refusing to come clean to the British public and allow the spending watchdog to assess the true damage of the Tories' discredited trickle-down approach. There'll be no hiding places for cronies and no corner for corruption. We will keep the receipts and we will publish them. At conference, we won't stop there. We will back the workers who are creating Britain's wealth, demanding better for our people. Which brings me on to outsourcing. Conference, the Tories have become too dependent on handing away our public services on the cheap, and now we're all paying the price. We will oversee the biggest wave of insourcing for a generation. Today, I can announce that before any service is contracted out, public bodies must show that the work couldn't be done better in-house. And we'll reinstate and strengthen the two-tier code created by the last Labour government and scrapped by the Tories to end the scandal of outsourced workers getting second-class pay and conditions. But conference will go further still. Building on our New Deal for working people, I can today unveil Labour's Fair Work Standard, inspired by Labour in power across the country, in Wales, in London, West Yorkshire, the North Tyne, Greater Manchester and here in Liverpool. It will underpin a new fair work code for the public sector, guaranteeing fair conditions, job security, well-being, proper training, rights at work and union access. And we will also create a Fair Work Gold Standard to champion the very best of employers. And the Labour government will be on the side of the self-employed too. We will give genuinely self-employed workers the right to a written contract and timely payment by law so they aren't left out of pocket and chasing invoices, because our Fair Work Standard will raise standards for all. And conference, I say this to you now because Labour just doesn't have a vision for this country. We have a plan. And we have a plan to grow a fairer, greener economy. We have a plan to rebuild trust in public office and to clean up politics. We have a plan to unleash the potential the Tories have held back for far too long. And a plan for Britain means we'll rise to the occasion just like we did in 1997. Because the Conservatives, they've made their choice, they've chosen their side, but we are on yours, and we are ready to lead this country to better. A Labour government to unite this country through the darkest times ahead. A Labour government to hand power back to the people and the places that once powered Britain. And a Labour government that will always be on the side of working people. The Tories have broken Britain, but together we can rebuild it again and make Britain work for working people once again. Thank you, conference.
Thank you very much, Angela. You're an absolute icon and a legend. So we're now going to move on to the General Secretary's report. The General Secretary of the Labour Party, David Evans, is responsible for the day-to-day running of the Labour Party. David spent the last year reshaping the party, so we're ready for the next general election, and he's going to tell us some more about it as he delivers his report. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Alice, and follow that. That's what it's all about. That's why I do my job, to help deliver that. But before I I give you my General Secretary's report, it is a great pleasure what I'm about to do. I would like to thank Diana Holland. I've known Diana for the best part of 30 years. I'd like to thank her for her service to the party. She stands down from the NEC after nearly 30 years. 28 unbroken years on the NEC. Just let that sink in. 28 unbroken years. 12 years as party treasurer, serving under the last 5 Labour leaders. We owe Diana a great debt of gratitude. Her role in getting our party out of debt and turning our finances round has been immense. Although she never seeks the limelight, she does stand out. Diligent, reflective, but razor sharp. She brings our party and our movement together. For me, she personifies what we mean when we talk about unity. This isn't goodbye, Diana, as we know you'll continue your work in the movement through your role in Unite and your campaigns for equality and trade union rights. So, conference, please join me in giving a huge round of applause for our departing Treasurer, Diana Holland. So, conference, it's so great to be here in Liverpool. This year, as Alice has already said, we have the largest exhibition for a decade and our biggest ever fringe. We'll all leave more motivated, more committed and more inspired. I was certainly inspired last time I was here as an ordinary member. In a small room at the back of this conference centre, I had the privilege to hear Jack Dromey. He told the story of the struggle that was the Grunwick dispute, honestly, openly, and with absolute conviction. He spoke of the Asian workforce, denied union recognition, of the passion and resolve of Jayaban Desai and the other strikers, and the power of a movement standing by those in need. He represented the very best of our movement. We miss you, Jack, and we carry on the fight. From this conference floor to the fringe, there'll be moments like that this week. Moments that give complete clarity to our mission. Our mission to gain power, political power, not for itself, but so we can give it to those who don't have it, root out injustice, and set our country on a fairer course. To do this, we need to win and keep winning. When I was appointed in 2020, some confided in me that they had doubted we'd ever win again. They looked at the electoral map, an endless sea of ocean blue. They saw a party at sea in danger of being washed away altogether. And be in no doubt, 163 seats behind the Tories, 2019 was a near-death experience. But because of Keir and Angela's leadership, because of your hard work, your belief, your dedication, we have a real chance to do something never done before, to turn a defeat of that scale into a victory in a single term. We're tackling everything that stands in the way. We're not measuring ourselves against 2019, but against the very best campaigns in the world, focused on the voters we need to persuade in the seats we need to win. We've made hard financial decisions. So today, we have no debt, no deficit, and are now able to invest in a winning campaign. And we're also making sure our party lives up to its values, so that anyone who walks into a CLP meeting is welcomed, supported, and included in our Labour family, just as I was 43 years ago when I first walked in. That's why I have apologised on behalf of this party for the unacceptable behaviour set out in Martin Ford's report, and why we will act on the report without fear or favour. And why we must never, never forget the contents of the EHRC's investigation into us for anti-Semitism. That showed we'd not just fallen short of our values, we'd fallen short of the law a Labour government created. That's why, because of your votes last year, we set up an independent complaints process for all forms of discrimination, the strongest of any political party in the world. That's why, at this podium last year, I said I would not accept prejudice directed at anybody in the party or by anybody in the party. I have not, and I will not. Conference. Conference to win. We start with the voters. I'd like to talk about Sarah, who I canvassed in Wakefield in July. She was in her back kitchen, where she ran a hairdressing business. She left us at the last election. She voted Conservative. She made an honest choice based on what she thought was best for her, her family, and her business. She had lost faith in politics. She had lost trust in us. We need to earn her trust back, because only then can we persuade her. Think about who you trust, people you know well, people who share your values, who you can depend on when you need them. It's exactly the same for our party. Sarah needs to see and hear a Labour Party that listens, is authentic, rooted in everyday life, that has genuine answers to the problems she faces. And in the next general election, she will. She'll see it on the television, hear it on the radio, from our incredible frontbench team right through to our equally incredible councillors. She'll hear it from our campaigns and our campaigners, online, on her doorstep. They'll take the time to understand her concerns. She'll see it in the posters, in the shop fronts, and in her neighbours' windows, leaflets through her letterbox. And she'll feel it through the leadership of Keir Starmer, on her side, a Prime Minister in waiting, ready to change Britain. We're starting to earn that trust back. In the local elections, we had a clear offer about energy prices, the cost of living, the need for a windfall tax. What were the Tories talking about? Their repugnant Rwanda policy and a curry house in Durham. Same old Tory playbook, using the defenceless as political pawns, creating division and distrust. Our message cut through, going directly to voters, earning trust one voter at a time. Over 2.5 million conversations on the doorstep, the highest ever recorded in a local election campaign. And we got our best results for a decade. Our vote up 6%, dominance in Wales, back as the main opposition in Scotland, winning councils for the first time from Worthing to Westminster to Cumberland. That was in May. In June, we got our best by-election win for a decade. And by the way, Sarah did vote Labour in that by-election. But we need to keep her with us. By July, Boris Johnson was forced out. Was that inevitable? No. Those wins did that. We did that. You did that. Sarah did that. This is what political activism means. This is what we can achieve. And these wins were also the work of our staff. All of our successes are built on small acts of empathy, creativity and graft that, taken together, amount to something awe-inspiring. That's what I see every day from our Labour staff. You are brilliant. Thank you. But conference, be in no doubt about the scale of the challenge. Public services hang by a thread, poverty rising, living standards falling. Under this government, every shock we've seen, austerity, COVID, energy prices, it's been the poorest who've paid the price. And that's why our job isn't just to win the next general election. For deeper, more fundamental change, so this never happens again, we need to win, win, and win again. This means building a party that sustains Labour in government, that gets ahead of the Conservatives and stays ahead. And we all have a role in this. I was working for the party the last time we went into government, and winning isn't the end, it's just the beginning of change. Look, being in opposition is wretched, but being in government is tough. It's easier for the Tories, they're in it for themselves. But we want to transform our country, change the world. So our goal is now to forge a closer relationship between our party that will be in government and our party in the country. A more honest, open, modern politics. We need a Labour government listening, engaging and drawing on the full strength of our movement. Our party in the country acting as a direct line to the people. That's why I'm determined that our party grows deeper roots into every community. It's how we win, and it's how we achieve lasting change. That's why I'm so pleased that we've just hired 30 trainee organisers to join our brilliant team in every region and nation in the country, and they're here today. Give us a wave. They are brilliant, and they'll work in the seats that will decide this election and the next. And that's why I'm also so thrilled about our newly selected candidates, a new generation of Labour representatives with the life experience, dedication and values we need to win and to govern. Conference, this is the future of the party we're building together. A party that will get Keir Starmer into Downing Street and a Labour government. A party that will end this 12-year nightmare. A party united in our common mission. So let's get out there, show we're ready. Let's keep organising, let's keep listening, let's win. And let's keep winning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Conference, after the next item, we'll be discussing the motions from Women's Conference. So if you're moving or seconding one of these motions, can you please make your way to the Speaker's registration desk, which is just here. And this morning, we've already heard from some fantastic NEC women and MPs with the two fantastic, iconic Angelas. And we're going to add a third person, a third legend as well, Annalisa Dodds, who'll be reporting on her work as party chair and shadow Women and Equalities Minister. So over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Alice. It's fantastic to be back together again in Liverpool Conference. And I also want to start with some words of tribute to our late Queen, Elizabeth II. For 70 years, she devoted herself to our nation, the Commonwealth and the British people. She did so much to bring Britain together through the good times and the bad. And our country made great strides for women's equality during the Elizabethan era, from measures for equal pay to the legalisation of abortion, to the passing of the Sex Discrimination and Equality Acts. Those changes, though, only happened because of Labour governments. What a contrast with the appalling inequality laid bare after 12 years of Tory-led governments. Conservative governments have left women brutally exposed to the cost of living crisis and the current epidemic of violent crime. They've slashed support for disabled people and refused to uprate legacy benefits. They saw how Black, Asian and ethnic minority people were overexposed to the pandemic, only to patronise with claims that structural racism doesn't even exist. And they binned their LGBT action plan, disbanded their LGBT advisory panel and broke their promise to ban conversion therapy. Conference, who owns this dreadful record? You probably missed it. She didn't seem to notice herself. But the Minister for Women and Equalities for the last 3 years was Liz Truss. A minister so dedicated to women that one of her first acts as Prime Minister was to scrap the dedicated role for women in Cabinet. A minister so steeped in Conservative failure that she sat on the Tory front bench for 10 long years. And just as Ange said, a minister who said nothing about those Tory scandals, from the golden wallpaper squirreled into Boris Johnson's flat, to the suitcases of booze wheeled into Number 10, to the X-rated tractors beamed into the Commons chamber. We can't expect change from a continuity Conservative leader. We can't expect delivery from someone who's failed to deliver. And we can't expect fairness from someone who's governed so unfairly. We can expect all of those things from Labour. To women, grafting day and night on incomes £200 less on average today than in 2010, I say Labour will deliver a fairer future. And to the 500,000 women waiting for months or even years for gynaecological treatment, I say Labour will deliver a fairer future. To female victims of the Tory epidemic of violence, misogyny and discrimination, Labour will deliver a fairer future. And to the millions of disabled people facing fuel poverty, to the majority of Black children growing up in poverty, to LGBT+ people faced with the surge in homophobic and transphobic hate crime, Labour will deliver a fairer future. The last Labour government did more to advance equality than any other in British history. The next will match that record, and we will start with the economy. We will act to eradicate gender, ethnicity and disability pay gaps. We will bring in strong, family-friendly rights. We will measure what we do, and we'll be held accountable for it. Equality impact assessing every budget. And we'll always, always treat the British people with dignity and respect. Respect. A concept this Tory government will never understand, but one that I will put at the heart of government as Labour's first ever Secretary of State for Women and Equalities. Conference, respect means equalising the law so that all forms of hate crime are treated as aggravated offences. Respect means modernising the Gender Recognition Act, as the Tories promised, and upholding the Equality Act, including its provision for single-sex exemptions. Respect means banning all forms of conversion therapy outright, while making sure that doesn't cover psychological support and treatment. Because, Conference, unlike the Tories, we will never hide behind straw-man arguments to avoid doing what's right. Respect means working with disabled people, not against them, ending cruel disability assessments and supporting disabled people to live the lives they want and deserve. And respect means tackling the epidemic of violence against women and girls, with specialist rape units in every police force area, minimum sentences for rape and stalking, and making misogyny a hate crime. In Conference, Labour won't dismiss structural racism. We'll tackle it head-on with a landmark new Race Equality Act by implementing all the Lamy Review recommendations and with a curriculum that reflects our country's diverse history and society. Absolutely. We'll never pit communities against each other for cheap political points like the Conservative Party. And unlike the Tories, we will always tackle issues around inequality or prejudice within our own ranks. As David just said, the Ford report made difficult reading for anyone who cherishes our party and its values. It's unacceptable that members of our party and party staff were subject to sexism, misogyny and racism. As chair of the Labour Party, I want to reiterate the apology that David Evans and Keir Starmer have made. Over the last 2 years, we've acted to change our party. A new independent complaints process passed at this conference last year and now in operation as the most robust complaints process of any political party. New codes of conduct against Islamophobia and Afrophobia and anti-black racism. Mandatory training against bias for staff and radical reforms to recruitment. But that job of work will never be finished. As chair, I will always act to ensure the party we love is a safe place for everyone who shares our values. That's how we prepare our party for the responsibility of government. And this year was a turning point. This year we were the only party to win councils in Scotland, England and Wales. We won in the North West, the South East and Tory-run bastions like Wandsworth and Westminster. After 12 long years in opposition, we're assembling excellent candidates to take the fight to the Tories at every single contest between now and whenever Liz Truss dares to go to the country. Let's hope it's soon, because Britain can't take this. We can't take any more of this chaos from the Conservative Party. I've now seen off 4 different Tory party chairs over the last year. But no matter how much the Conservatives rearrange their party chairs, their ship of state is sinking fast. Conference, they're clapped out, checked out. Well, it's high time they cleared out. And whenever that election's called, I say bring it on, because Labour will be ready with the policies we need to change lives. Over the last year, I've learned from brilliant examples of Labour in power, from West Dunbartonshire to Worthing to Wales. They show that Labour works in government, and you can read all about the difference our Labour councillors, MSPs, Senate members, Metro mayors and police and crime commissioners are already making on the Labour Works website, released to Conference and the public today. And as chair of the Stronger Together policy review, I've also worked with Keir, the Shadow Cabinet, our affiliated trade unions and hundreds of you, our members, to develop our ambitious policy agenda that's in this year's Stronger Together report, which I'm also delighted to present to Conference today. No one who reads that report can doubt that Labour is the party of ideas in British politics. From tackling the cost of living and climate crises, to building a stronger, more secure economy, to delivering a new deal for working people. It shows that Labour is ready to take on the challenges our country faces. Only Labour can unite our country, clean up our politics and build a fairer, greener future for Britain. That future, Conference, is in our grasp. I look forward to joining you on the campaign trail to make it a reality. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Annalise, for all your hard work over the last year, particularly on the Stronger Together report, which is noted by this conference and will inform the next year's National Policy Forum as we work towards our next general election manifesto. And you've heard about some of the inspiring Labour policies. They're all available to read online, and it is a really fantastic document, so thank you. We now move to the first policy debate, which covers the two motions sent to us from Women's Conference, and they're on the topic of women in the economy and violence against women and girls. So, if you're moving them, can we please have the delegate from the GMB coming forward to the lectern to move the first one on women and the economy? Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Kath Pinder, proud to be GMB Union. Moving Women's Conference motion, Women and the Economy. Conference, it is 2022 and women are still not getting what they deserve. The austerity cuts of the last decade disproportionately fell on women. And with a new cost of living crisis on the horizon, the increase in bills and the stagnation of wages, we can guarantee ourselves one thing: it will be women that once again bear the brunt. Conference, the facts are a badge of shame. A recent TUC report published on International Women's Day found that pregnancy discrimination is still widespread. Flexible working does not exist in the way it should. 1 million women have been forced to leave their jobs because they were not given the support they need while experiencing the menopause. And Conference, last year, the gender pay gap went up. I'm incredibly proud of the work that my union, the GMB, has done to support people experiencing the menopause in the workplace. Our Smash the Stigma toolkit is doing just that. And as this motion rightly says, more employers need to work with unions to raise awareness and end outdated stereotypes around women's health conditions in the workplace. My union has also been the forefront of the battle for equal pay. In 2020, women from the GMB in Glasgow went on strike for their right to be paid equally. And from Glasgow to Birmingham and in Asda, women are standing up for the equal pay that is rightfully theirs. But Conference, it is 52 years since the Labour government passed the Equal Pay Act, 34 years since a GMB member won the first equal pay for work of equal value case at Camel Laird Shipyard just across the Mersey from this conference hall, and it is 12 years since the Landmark Equality Act was carried. We should not have to fight for equal pay. Women deserve to be paid fairly. It's as simple as that. But workers are still systematically discriminated against by the value society places on roles mostly performed by women and in pay and grading structures. These are the workers who are most exposed to the cost of living crisis. In schools, where teaching assistants are paid just £14,000 a year on average, and in care, where the typical wage is a few pence above the minimum wage. Conference, that's why GMB is calling for at least £15 for our heroes in care. It's the least they deserve. This motion contains so many important proposals that will help to change the lives of women living and working in the UK. It sets a plan for a real economic recovery for women and workers. Conference, the time is now. Vote for this motion. Vote for change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent timekeeping as well. So thank you. We're now going to hear from the delegate from Salford CLP to second the motion. You've got 2 minutes. Is the delegate here? Well, we'll move to, we can bring them back in, but we'll move to the delegate moving the motion on the violence against women and girls from Unite Union. Come on up.
Hello, Conference. I'm Ruth Hayes from Unite the Union, and I'm also chair of the Labour Party National Women's Committee. This is a really comprehensive motion, and in a short speech, I can't cover all the aspects of the daily experience of male violence against women and girls. Please, I would urge you to read the motion from Labour Women's Conference in full. Over a decade of Tory government has left a terrible legacy. Services have been cut. Low pay and insecurity have rocketed. The results for women are stark. Sexual assault, rape and domestic violence are at record highs, and we saw a real spike during the lockdown periods of the pandemic. And at the same time, prosecutions plummet, with poorer women, disabled women, BAME women most at risk. My union, Unite, has launched the Get Me Home Safely campaign. This has been led by one of our hospitality activists who was sexually assaulted on her way home from work after she was asked by her manager to work till 1 a.m. She was promised paid transport home because the last bus was at midnight. But an hour before her shift ended, her manager told her she could finish early to catch the last bus home. The last bus never arrived. Sadly, this experience is not isolated. Unite's campaign is clear, tangible and industrial. We're demanding that employers protect their workers from harassment and provide safe transport home for people working late shifts or in isolated places. Labour must also make this issue a priority, and we've heard a lot from Annalise in her speech, and push the government to deliver real action on their ratification of the ILO Violence and Harassment Convention. Labour must rebuild our public transport system, bringing our buses and trains back into public ownership and guaranteeing affordable transport. We must properly fund the vital services that support women and girls facing violence, trauma and abuse. And of course, we need a comprehensive programme of education that tackles the problem where it originates, with men and boys. The Tories have repeatedly failed on this. Labour must and will step up. I move. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Ruth, and to all the members of the National Women's Committee for all your hard work. So do we have the seconders? Okay, so what we're going to do, would you like to second from the floor? All those seconding these motions? Someone indicate seconded? Excellent, thank you very much. So we've got some time to call maybe about 5 or 6 speakers on this item. You've got 2 minutes for speeches, and please do keep to time because then we can take more people. So if you'd like to speak, please put your hands up, and I will take delegate in the black jacket at the back, and then okay, sorry. I'll take delegate in the red. Is that a floral dress? Delegate there in the black jumper with the hand up there, and I'm going to take some people from the sides. Can you please, we're asking everyone to sit down if they'd like to speak and just raise your hands, which is why I'm just going to take a few minutes to try and see everyone, just because it then doesn't. And because this is from Women's Conference, I'd prefer to take female speakers on this topic, but we've got lots of opportunities to debate this in the Safer Securities and Better Jobs at Work. So I'm going to take a few more female speakers. So yeah, please do lower your hands if you're not. I'll take delegate in the blue there, and then in... Have we got anyone on these sides that want to speak as well? Yeah, delegate in the black with the nice bracelet. Yeah, that's a nice bracelet. And a final person. Okay, we'll leave it at that actually, because we are running a little bit over. Delegate, over to you.
Hi, conference. My name is Bria Delamere. I'm the one of the delegates from Montgomeryshire, and this is my first time speaking at any conference, so forgive me if I'm a bit nervous. Conference, if you were at work and you were experiencing excruciating pain akin to a heart attack, I hope you would ask your employee if it was okay for you to go home. And if you were bleeding visibly, I hope your employee would send you home. And if you were experiencing crippling anxiety and depression, I hope you would feel comfortable enough to ask your employee if it was okay for you to go home. But unfortunately, conference, for so many of us that menstruate, yes, it's early, but I'm talking about it, that's just not the case. Whether it's stigma or lack of policies to refer to or shame, 73% of us struggle at work and yet carry on like nothing's happening, despite this being a monthly occurrence for most of us. Women's health is at a crisis, and sometimes it feels impossible to turn the tide of years of misogyny, but this policy and women in the economy does so much to help us address this crisis and bring policies more in line to a more equal workplace for our women. This year, I was diagnosed with premenstrual dysphoric disorder. Prior to that, I spent years totally ashamed, convinced my manager would turn to me and fire me for being unproductive and lazy. But armed with a diagnosis that this was normal and completely out of my control, I went to my employee and told them what was happening, determined to advocate for myself. They were great, but they had no policies or legal procedures or even workplace behavioral education to refer to help me address my problems and ensure that I'm a productive member at the workplace, doesn't matter what day of the month is. So, conference, let the Labour Party support this motion, and let's sort of turn the tide and start bringing these policies into place and protecting our workforce, especially women in the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that important point as well. Delegate next.
Borodar, Stephanie Dewey, Aberavon CLP. I just want to talk to conference about the importance of this motion and the difference it can make in terms of legislation. In Wales, I'm proud that the Welsh Labour government enacted the smacking ban to protect children from the excuse of they deserved it. I don't understand why it has ever been an excuse to say to children that they deserved it. What are we teaching our children in society if we say that the most vulnerable in our society deserve the attacks on them? I want to share a little story, and I will warn people, it's not a nice story. When I was a child, I was smacked and hit and battered by my father. The reason I'm telling this is because when I was older and I went to the police to tell the police about what happened and we went to court, I was told that I deserved it. I was told that when I cried because I was hungry, because I wasn't fed properly, that I deserved it. I had solicitors and barristers and the legal system tell me that I deserve that. What are we telling our children in society? The amount of times I cried myself to sleep while I was going through that, the amount of times I felt sick when going to my father's, and I deserved it. Luckily, my dad did end up going to prison and serving his time. But without this kind of legislation and without the Labour government that we're going to get across the UK as well, supporting this kind of legislation, we are sending all children across the UK that message. All women and girls who are affected by this across all intersectionalities, we need to ensure that they are remembered in this legislation and they are aware of this legislation, because the important part is that they need to know that this is their rights just as it is anyone else's. Thank you.
Conference, Phyllis Premru, Hackney North and Stoke Newington. Thank you so much to the movers of these really important motions. But let's remember, Conference, too, that we need to address the very real problem of sexism, bullying and harassment, sadly, within our movement, our labour and trade union movement. There is no place for racism, homophobia, sexism. It undermines us all. At Women's TUC, we really strongly passed a motion on this, and there has been quite a few survivors speaking out over the last year, asking for fully independent investigations into all our structures. We really need to move forward on this, in Me to You and in other movements. There is now Helena Kennedy KC investigation, independent investigation into TSSA, but every union, every aspect of our movement needs to look at this so that we can move on together, so that we can eliminate this from our movement, and so we are fully fit to fight for the change that we can make. Thank you.
Hello, Conference. Councillor Lydia Hyde, Rochland Southend East CLP. I'm happy that I'm looking out to a room right now where I know that we've got half of our delegates as women. Representation matters. Representation matters at school, it matters in the workplace. I'm a voluntary youth leader and I work with girls on a regular basis. And one of the things I regularly talk to them about is the fact that 49% of girls will miss a day of school due to their periods. 20% have suffered bullying and harassment due to the fact of their periods. I'm using periods today. I'm not using the word sanitary. It's not about hygiene. This is a perfectly natural part that needs to be respected. Now, how many of those girls are taking that embarrassment, taking that shame into the workplace? How many women are missing out of days of work, missing out on career opportunities because of gynecological, menstrual and menopausal issues? I can talk on this from first-hand experience. In my 20s, I suffered ovarian tumours that took me out of work for a long time. I still suffer from crippling disability as a result of that. And in my workplace, I've had comments from male colleagues questioning whether or not that I have an equal place in my workplace due to my disability. Don't worry, I'm quite a strong voice in this, so I'll stand up for myself. But I'm also standing here. Thank you. I'm standing here for every woman, and I thank the movers of this motion, which looks to improve and get that equality for women. That's Lydia Hyde, first-time delegate, first-time speech. Thanks.
Hello, Conference. My name is Sharon Foster, and I'm from Unison. I'm proud to be here representing Unison, a union of 1 million women that's always fought for the rights of women on a range of issues, and proud to endorse both motions. And I can say proudly, as a black woman, I've achieved a lot being with the experience and the opportunity that Unison has given me. First, I'm a PJ, and that means I am a presiding judge in the Magistrates' Court. I'm a governor, and I'm a truly activist, but also, moving forward, I am going to be the next High Sheriff of Bristol. And as we move forward, the voices of women must be heard, and our experience and our views and expertise. My union gives women a space and the place to make sure our voices are heard. The Labour Party must do the same, and in the interest of time, just to say that I support both motions. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all our fantastic speakers. There'll be a chance to discuss these issues more, as I said, in the Safer and Secure Communities and Better Jobs, Better Work debates as well. So we're going to take the vote on this at the end of the day, with the vote on all the motions. And now over to the financial reports, which are listed on page 50 of the annual report. And I invite Party Treasurer Diana Holland to present her report. Diana.
Thank you very much, Chair Conference. Let me too begin by paying tribute to my predecessor, Treasurer Jack Dromey, who was also a colleague and a friend. Jack's integrity, incredible optimism, and his ability to bring people together is such a powerful legacy. Many of us have lost loved ones in the past year, and we're with you. But in particular, I hope you join me in sending thoughts and best wishes to Harriet Harman and her family. So, as was said earlier with that surprise presentation, this will be my very last Treasurer's Report to Conference. And as your elected Treasurer, I am so pleased to be able to report once again that from the 1st of January to the 31st of December 2021, for the 6th full year in succession, we remain debt-free as a party. Coming from over £25 million of debt from the 2005 general election, this is an incredible achievement. So thank you to everyone for making this possible. To our members and supporters, our CLPs, our trade unions, thank you. Socialist societies, councillors, MPs, MSPs, MSs, mayors and police commissioners, David Evans and all Labour Party staff, Simon Mills, Kimberly Workman and the finance team especially. Thank you too to my colleagues on the NEC and at the Business Board for comradeship and for always supporting through thick and thin that we stick to our agreed NEC finance strategy. To all of you, thank you. You have all played a part. The financial report for 2021 reflects some important positives, with income from membership holding up well for a non-election year, and once again being able to welcome thousands at annual conference last year. But this report also reflects the continuing difficult and demanding times that we're all facing, including first, the ongoing impact of changes needed from COVID. Second, the financial impact of a logjam of elections in 2021. Third, the cut in public funding following the 2019 general election result. And fourth, addressing the demands from being on a long-term general election footing has required our contingency reserves. So a difficult year. But the NEC finance strategy, developed to eliminate the legacy debt, passed the test of 3 general elections and has helped maintain financial stability now. The strategy has 4 strands. All money is measured against our priorities as a party and a movement. Our budget is set and closely monitored. minimised cost and maximised income, and no money pledged is spent until it is actually received. Our NEC finance strategy delivers for today, for the future, and must help us rebuild our general election trust fund. Now is not only the time to ensure Labour has the secure finances we need, but also to shine a spotlight on the Conservatives. We know how the Tories raise their funds. We have seen how public contracts have been awarded. We have seen who benefits from that shocking mini-budget. We know what we're up against. We must not let them get away with it. Conference politics is about priorities. Financial decisions must flow from political decisions rather than the other way round. And we all need to understand party finances and membership are cyclical, so decisions on party finances need to take account of the ups and downs of the electoral cycle. In these difficult and dangerous times, we need to come together. The politics of organisation and the politics of ideas go hand in hand, not just because we want and need a Labour government, but for the sake of working parents forced to turn to food banks to feed their children, for people feeling isolated and under pressure from all sides, for people at work struggling with the cost of living crisis while eye-watering profits are being made, for safety and security from the cradle to the grave. We do have proud Labour achievements: the NHS, the welfare state, the national minimum wage, gangmaster licensing, the overseas domestic worker visa combating modern slavery, the Equality Act, but so much has been cut back and we need much more. Conference, we can change lives for the better. When the time comes at the next general election, we must defeat this shameful Tory government. And as the suffragettes used to say, that's when we turn fine words into deeds. So, Conference, I want to thank you too for your support in electing me as your Treasurer for the past 12 years and as a trade union representative on the NEC for 16 years before this. And as was said earlier, making a total of 28 years on the NEC. While I can't say it has always been a pleasure, it has truly been an honour. And I decided that now is the time to pass on the baton. So I would like to send my very best wishes to Mike Payne, who has now been elected Treasurer of our party. And Mike, just make sure, as all party leaders, from Gordon Brown to Harriet Harman to Ed Miliband to Jeremy Corbyn to Keir Starmer, have supported me in doing, that our party continues to stick to the NEC finance strategy. It works. One final message to you, Conference. Over 28 years on the NEC, I've experienced a lot. The good times and the bad, the party united, divided, in government, in opposition, and I do know what achieved most. United and in government. It is possible. Someone asked me if I am the longest continuous serving NEC member. I'm not. But you know, it's not that bad coming second to that towering figure, Tony Benn. But I am the longest continuous serving woman, apparently. Very proud to be among the ranks of Ellen Wilkinson, Barbara Castle, Jo Richardson, Joan Lester, Margaret Beckett, Diane Abbott, and more. I'm one of very few women treasurers in our party's history, and I want to make two final points on this. When I was first elected to the NEC, this followed the introduction of positive action measures to ensure women's representation. The years of experience I gained then were essential to be able to chair the party in 2002 and later to stand as treasurer. Positive action is only ever a means to an end, but without it, discrimination will continue to preserve inequalities. We should be so proud of the positive changes we've made. But never ever take equality achievements for granted. You have to keep fighting for them. And secondly, when I was first elected to the NEC, I had a 2-year-old daughter, and 4 years later, a baby son. I couldn't have been active without support and understanding from all my family. But I just want to mention two. My son, it's his birthday today, and amazingly, it always falls in Labour Party conference week. So please allow me to say from this rostrum, sorry, Sean, and happy birthday. And from my mother-in-law, who very sadly passed away this month, aged 98, a strong Labour and trade union supporter who was there for the children when we had early and late meetings, 5 of us sharing our room at Labour conference, and who said to me every day as I left the room, "Go get them, girl." So, thanks everybody. It's been a great privilege to serve you, and now I say to you, go get them. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you very much.
Diana, you are also an icon and a legend and an amazing voice for equality as well as an amazing treasurer. So we're so lucky to, it's been a privilege to be on the NEC with you for 8 years. So thank you so much. We've now got questions for the party treasurer. I appreciate we're running slightly over. We will move the time back of the afternoon session as well, but do indicate if you'd like to ask a question and keep it brief, please. So we've got a person, and can you go to the speaker's desk as well and then onto the stage to there. Delegate there.
Could you remind people that they shouldn't indicate by waving things in the air?
Oh, I'm also been asked to remind people not to indicate by waving things in the air. So, yes, just stay seated and show your hands. Does anyone else want to ask questions to the treasurer? Okay, is that Rachel? Yeah, okay, we'll move on.
Thanks, Rachel Garner, Mid-Bedfordshire, and a brilliant speech, Diana, and thanks for everything you've done. And that's how you do unity, sorry. So Ford revealed a culture of racism, sexism and misogyny, as has already been referenced, and serious issues have been raised by Disability Labour about ableism, yet we see our Women's Committee under-resourced and no sign of the committees and conferences that we agreed this time last year for Black and Asian members and disabled members. So how are we using our finances to value our diverse membership? And can you confirm that we do have the finances available to listen to our women, Black, Asian and minority ethnic and disabled members and allow them the structures that we've agreed for them, because we saw from that debate earlier under the Women's Conference just what value they bring to our conference. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel.
Chair, Conference, Dave Levy, Lewisham Deptford, first-time speaker. My union has a fringe meeting to allow questions to be asked to the finance report so that stupid questions can be done in private rather than at a rostrum like this. So I hope the questions I'm about to ask aren't stupid, but I have one or two to ask. My reading of the balance sheet, or the income and expenditure statement, says we made an operating loss of about £5 million last year. When did the Finance Department know that deficit was going to occur? When did they tell the NEC? And do they report on a regular basis to the Business Board about a forecast deficit or forecast surpluses? I have two additional things to ask. Is what does the recent item political activity and publishing mean? And why did we spend £6 million on it? And what does it buy? Also, I'd like to know why the SMT costs have gone up by about £350,000. I'm sorry to ask 3 questions, but I think I've done under the minute.
Oh no, that was very concise. Thank you very much. Diana, would you like to reply? I should say as well, while Diana's just working out the reply with Simon, that it looks like we're going to be restarting at 1:40 this afternoon to give people some extra time for their lunch. But I'd also ask the speakers coming on later to keep to their 5 minutes, so we'll be finished more quickly. Thank you very much, Diana Hollins.
Apologies, I thought there was another question. Right, thank you, Rachel, and thank you for the kind words. Absolutely, I can tell you that we had a business board on Friday afternoon, and both Disabled Members Conference and Black and Asian Minority Ethnic Members Conference were on the list. So there is some funding identified. What hasn't happened, and this has been discussed at the NEC, is the dates and exactly how things are being run. But I think I wanted to stress the point you made follows the points I was making. Political decisions need to be made to drive the finances. But of course, we'll need to advise from the finances how that can be done. But it shouldn't be the other way around, that we can't afford things that we've politically decided to do. People need to know when they're making the decision what that means for priorities within the organisation. So I totally support that these things need to happen, and we need to make sure that the finances make sure that they do. In terms of the issues around the balance sheet, yes, the business board was fully informed of exactly how things were working out. The overall issues, which again I referred to in my report, is that we kept on a general election footing for a very, very, very long time. And financially, the drain on our resources was immense, and we kept staffing levels that we wouldn't normally have done following an election. We had no choice, and the party leaders in succession agreed with the decisions that were made, and the NEC supported, but we knew that at some point we would have to make the change. So the majority of that deficit, as I mentioned, we used some of our contingency reserves for that purpose, was to fund a voluntary severance programme where people had been employed for sufficient to require that. In normal times, people are on contracts that only last for the election period. So it was a very different situation. It's not anything any of us wanted to be in a position to have to do. The other part of that £5 million was apparently an accounting adjustment, so not cash. In terms of publishing, I think you were talking about, and where we were, yes, I think what you're talking about is the cost of all the elections that needed to have materials in 2021. You're shaking your head, so in which case, could you perhaps put that in writing, that question, and I'll try and understand what you're referring to. In terms of the SLT, senior team, for reporting purposes, that increased from 6 to 10. That's the responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. And thank you again from all of us for your many, many years as party treasurer. So we now need to formally adopt these financial statements. Can I see all those in favour of doing it? Thank you. And all those against? And any abstentions? Thank you, that's carried. Was that unanimous? I think that was unanimous. Excellent, thank you very much. And now we need to accept the annual report as a whole. So all those in favour of the annual report? And all those against? That was unanimous again. Excellent, thank you very much then, conference. So, almost at the end of the business, but now we have the Merit and Best Practice Awards. You'll be hearing a lot at this conference about best practice, and we're now going to see a quick video.
I especially remember the phrase, "Don't let anybody tell you you can't vote just because you're disabled." One of the reasons I wanted to nominate Dan Marsh for this award is that his work encapsulates that sentiment. He's always supported me to ensure my disability and learning difficulties don't exclude me from the North Herts branch of the Labour Party.
This programme was so important to me as a young person from Northern Ireland who now lives in England and is very active in the Labour Party. It was incredibly heartwarming to see how enthusiastic the Labour membership were for this programme. The Good Friday Agreement training programme is now the most popular Labour training programme ever created.
In 2019, Dawn stood as the local candidate and she saw firsthand the impact of austerity and 12 years of Conservative cuts and what that had on the local community. And her and her husband Terry vowed to do something about it. They set up the HU4 community group with local residents, and they've done a huge variety of activities, right from the very youngest mother and baby groups to our older residents with Chatterbox Tuesday. In 2022, when Terry was our candidate, we saw a 15% swing to the Labour Party and a 5% increase in turnout, with people telling me they were voting for the very first time.
It's been such a strong campaigning technique, so new and exciting, and the Wrexham CLP digital social media team have certainly embraced it and got some really good results from it, reaching a lot of people in a really short space of time.
The impact of our work is now in every major region. We have built up teams, pitching in teams we like to call them, of multilingual door knockers, phone bankers, board runners and community organised in every major region around the country. And together we are ready to fight and campaign to return a Labour government at the next general election.
Huge thank you to everyone from our local activists in our free CLPs, to our councillors and candidates, and of course the regional team and National Party. Our combined efforts mean that we really took the fight to the Tories and won back the council within 1 year with clear and relevant messages, targeted campaigning and all working together.
They played the long game even before the candidate selection. They were working on messaging. They used all the campaign tools in the campaign toolbox to great effect, and in the end they actually managed a contact rate of 49% through lots and lots of hard work and doorstep conversations. What this means is that they won a seat from the Greens, who've been in the ward with almost total dominance for over 20 years.
So this year we have merit awards for Sylvia Jones and Dave Snape, and while they make their way to the stage, Annalisa is going to tell us a little bit about them.
Well, thank you, Alice, and what a privilege it is to be able to introduce these two people to all of you, conference. First of all, Sylvia Jones. I think it would take me an hour to list all the things that Sylvia has contributed to our party. It's very clear from the nomination sent in by Rhonda CLP that Sylvia is a Welsh Labour celebrity. No question about that. She's been a councillor, a mayor, a school governor, a branch secretary, and she was a founder member of the Wales TUC. The list goes on. Members like Sylvia, who has almost 70 years of membership, are the lifeblood of our Labour Party. Thank you very much, Sylvia, for everything that you have done for us. And in a moment, I'll hand over the terrific Merit Award that we have for you, Sylvia, but I also want to introduce conference to David Snape as well. Chorley CLP has held one of the highest levels of contact rates in the country over the last 12 years. All of that campaign activity, whether it's been on the phones or on the doorstep, has been led by this man, David Snape. David's also an active Unite member and a shop steward. It's thanks to the David Snapes of this world that the general election is going to see a Labour government and Keir Starmer in number 10. Thank you very much, David. I think, may Sylvia say a few words?
Well, we are running behind time, but yes. Go on. If you're brief, why not? Go for it.
Can I just say that I never expected this. When I joined the Labour Party, and I came to my first Labour Party conference in 1951, and was coming regularly either through my trade union or my constituency Labour Party or the Borough Labour Party, and I come from the Rhondda in South Wales, which is full of history in that. But I couldn't let this go without saying something, because I've seen conferences over the years, and I'm glad to see we're still as strong as ever. We have had, we get 12 years of Tory rule and wrecking everything, and then we come in and we put it together, and then it goes again. It's the same thing as when we had the steel strikes going on. When Labour came in, they reinstated things. When the Tories were in, they got rid of it again. And there was a lot of destruction in that way. And I hope we go from strength to strength. I watch avidly the Politics Live, and when you're in Parliament as well. I do make my comments, but you can't hear me. And then anybody that knows me, and I'm sure my MP, Chris Bryant, will have something to say after this. But I do watch it because I follow it very, very closely. And the more you do that, you can make sure people can vote for us. We've got to get our policies right. We've got to see what the people want and then follow that and aim to get it and succeed. Mike is looking at me there because he's known me for years, but I couldn't let it go without it after all these years, because I've been 69 without break, 69 years with the Labour Party.
Well done, very well said, brilliant.
And I know
well done, Sylvia. That's absolutely excellent.
So, congratulations to our fantastic winners. Thank you very much. Is Sean Davis here to give a local government report? He is? Is Joe Fortune also here, General Secretary of the Cooperative Party? Oh, there's Sean. Can you speak for 5 minutes?
Good afternoon, Conference. Councillor Sean Davis, proud to be the leader of Telford and Wrekin Council and honoured to be providing the local government report to Conference today as the new leader of Labour in local government and the LGA Labour group. Our mission is simple: to make Labour the strongest party in local government and to have more Labour councillors and Labour councils elected to deliver for our communities and to act as the springboard of success to help elect the next Labour government. And what a great set of local elections we had this year. Together, we spoke to more than 2 million voters, more than we have for any election in over a decade. And when we listen to our voters and we show that we hear their hopes and have answers for their fears, that their priorities are our priorities, they will trust us with their vote again. And together, we turned those conversations into the best set of local election results that Labour has achieved in over 10 years. 1,800 new Labour councillors elected, a brand new generation of community champions, part of a team of over 6,000 Labour councillors delivering for our communities, whether in power or in opposition. Labour won councils we've never won before, including Worthing, Wandsworth, Westminster, and in Wales, the brilliant Welsh Labour team won more seats, more councils, and stopped the Conservatives from leading a single council. Conference. Over 27 million people now live in a council area led by a Labour council. And they see that when Labour is in power, we really do make a difference. Just look at our record. We invest more to keep our people safe than Tory councils, twice as much per person on reducing crime, more than half as much again on street lighting, and a third more on CCTV. The average Labour council is building twice as many council homes as councils run by other parties. We stretch every pound to get the basics right. Labour councils invest more per resident than Tory councils on street cleaning, on recycling and on public parks. And we do this despite the government cutting more from Labour councils than Conservative councils. And Conference, in the midst of the worst cost of living crisis for a century, I'm proud to report that in local government, it is Labour that is truly on the side of those who need the help the most. More council tax relief for lower income families, more welfare and debt support, and more support for food banks. Not only that, but Labour in local government is the true low-tax party, not for the richest 5%, but for every household. Average council tax bills in Labour councils are now almost £400 a year lower than Tory council tax bills. Instead of boosting bankers' bonuses and cutting tax only for the super rich, Labour is lowering the cost of living for all families. And Conference, in the last few weeks, when our whole country was united in grief at the loss of Her late Majesty the Queen, it was heartening to see so many Labour councillors leading local events, attended by millions of people to commemorate her reign, to give public thanks for her remarkable public service, and to proclaim the accession of our King, Charles III. Labour councillors shared the grief of their communities because they are products of their communities. So my biggest thanks of all goes to all Labour councillors, whether in power or in opposition, for all that you do for your constituents and your communities. Your dedication is second to none. Thank you. But Conference, while Labour councillors will always do our best, the truth is that on the biggest issues facing our country, we need more than Labour councils. We need a Labour government. Each week, I'm honoured to attend Shadow Cabinet, and I can see the hunger that they have to rebuild our country, just like Labour did in 1945 and 1997. When residents can't be sure if an ambulance will come to their aid if they dial 999, it's clear that we need a Labour Health Secretary in West Streeting. With our children crying out for extra help to catch up after 2 years of disruptive schooling, we need a Labour Education Secretary in Bridget Phillipson. With our communities no longer confident that there are enough police to keep their streets safe, we need Yvette Cooper, I'm coming to the end, Yvette Cooper as Home Secretary, unafraid to tackle crime and the causes of crime. And with the economy that doesn't work for ordinary people, we need Rachel Reeves as our Shadow Chancellor. I'm coming to the end, Alice. Local government have got so much to say. and we contribute so much too. After a decade of being ignored and defunded by Whitehall, councils desperately need a local government secretary in Lisa Nandy who will give the communities...
the whole shadow cabinet, because we do need to...
OK, I'm coming to the end, Alice, as I say. The power to truly take back control of their destinies. But most of all, we need a Labour team, a Prime Minister in Keir Starmer, supported by Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, so that we can make Labour local government the springboard to the next Labour government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and our final speaker is Jo Fortune, the General Secretary of the Cooperative Party, which is our sister party. Jo? Hey. Jo!
Hello, conference. Thank you, friends. I'm Jo Fortune, and I'm fiercely proud to deliver these greetings from the Cooperative Party, your sister party, and to be its General Secretary. We in the Cooperative Party offer something unique, beautiful and long-lasting. We are rightly proud of where our party has come from, born of hundreds of cooperatives to give political voice to our cooperative movement. The cooperative movement and its values and principles offer a vision of how to create a fair economy which spreads ownership and tackles inequality. Our ideas will help bring about a new economic settlement, one which sweeps away a system geared to encourage a race to the bottom, short-term extraction, and leaves the wealth we all create in the hands of fewer and fewer. The partnership between the Labour Party and the Cooperative Party is now 95 years old. It has stood the test of time. Like any good partnership, we wish the best for one another. We want each other to flourish and to succeed. Our two parties have a shared history, shared values and a shared future. Friends, in the last year we've been working hard to live up to our party's core cooperative mission, promoting and defending our movement. Armed with our growing membership, cooperatives, trade unions, steadfast support of our party and Westminster chairs, Jim McMahon and Preet Gill, we're an effective voice for cooperation and the social justice issues our movement campaigns on. Friends, we want more cooperatives and mutuals, not less. So last year, when big business wanted to convert the Mutual LV started here in Liverpool into yet another private equity-owned PLC, we stood up for our movement and we helped ensure that the proposal was rejected. Working with 1,000+ co-op councillors across the country, we've won new support for our high streets, community assets, fair tax, local food partnerships, among much more. It's unacceptable that people face violence and abuse at work. So I'm proud that working with Usdaw and our cooperative societies, we've helped secure new legal protections for all who work in retail. In fact, over the last 12 months, the list of areas we've campaigned on grows ever longer. We've campaigned for more cooperative future, for international development, our high streets, football ownership, education, utility ownership, the BBC and Channel 4, to name just a few. We intend to grow our campaigning and build up on our record of success. Friends, tradition is fantastic. Past wins and campaigns are important, but the present and the future is the vital bit. Over the years, there would have been many better speakers for cooperation than myself speaking from this stage, but few reports will have been delivered in such uncertain and important times. The cost of living crisis, the energy crisis, the climate crisis are hideous features of our daily lives. We in the Cooperative Party are horrified and appalled that so many millions of us can't afford to eat, can't afford to heat their homes, and are struggling to get by. In my view, cooperative politics can change that. We must move from crisis to cooperation. We must thank and take inspiration from the thousands of people within the cooperative movement working each day for a brighter future. We have cooperative retail societies doing more than ever to support the communities they trade in. They are developing new food platforms, making use of what otherwise would have been wasted and putting money into the hands of those on the front line. I'm proud it's cooperators who have established hundreds of community-owned renewable energy schemes, greening our country and spreading ownership. We also have cooperatives working to retrofit our homes, saving energy and their inhabitants from financial ruin. We know we need fairer financial services in our country now more than ever. That's why our movement is dedicated to growing credit unions. And of course, it's humbling that the hundreds of community cooperatives we have in our movement provide us community service and community assets as well. I believe that the cooperative movement holds answers which simply must be taken up, must be supported. We want to do more. Our movement yearns for the support it needs for exponential growth. We want to double our size. We want you and our sister party to support this ambition. We know what we need in order to grow. It's not based on special pleadings. We just want the same support afforded to others. Supportive legislation, proper developmental support, access to investment, as well as increased education and political leadership. With this support, we can double the investment we make in communities. We can double the work we do to spread ownership across the economy and tackle inequality. We can double the work we do to bring more sustainable, resilient businesses aimed at tackling the climate emergency. This growth will not only help tackle the crises of today, but fundamentally better prepare our country for the challenges still to emerge. Cooperative growth is not a nice to have. It's an economic necessity. So friends, as I walk away from this stage, back into this conference, I would very much like it if you could take this opportunity to show your support for all the things our cooperatives and community-owned groups do. Conference, our country would be a poorer, less equal place without them. It's about time they received the support to do even more. Thank you, friends.
Thank you very much, conference. It's been a fantastic morning. We're now going to have a break for lunch, but we're coming back at 1:40. So sorry about that. It's a short lunch break, and then we'll get back to conference business at 1:40. Thank you all.
Conference, please take your seats. Conference, please take your seats. Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Conference, please welcome Wendy Nichols and the Platform Party.
Sorry, I promise you it's not gin. Because I don't drink it anyway. So, afternoon, delegates, and welcome back to Labour Party Conference 2022. And our next items are the most important items of business, winning the next general election. To lead on this, I'm going to hand over to our National Campaign Coordinator, Shabana Mahmood. Thank you, Shabana.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Good afternoon, conference. As your National Campaign Coordinator, it is my great pleasure to report that after a decade of defeat, decline and embarrassment at the ballot box, the Labour Party is back on its feet. Now, Keir appointed me over a year ago, and I know how lucky I am to have this fantastic job. It has taken me all over the country, from Scotland to the South Coast, from Wales to Wakefield. But I have to let you into a little secret, conference. No matter where I go, there are always two constants. The first is that this job is completely incompatible with any kind of diet. It has been catastrophic for my waistline, something that I'm sure my predecessors will also attest to. You'll all be familiar with the campaign diet, which is now my daily reality. The long days, late nights, and the trips around the country mean that healthy eating is now basically out of the window. And the problems with food don't end there. I had lunch recently with a very senior Labour figure, and we were discussing the massive electoral challenges that are facing our party. And our debate was punctuated with his offering of food from the prepared spread, different breads, lots of cheese, all very nice. The stumbling block was his repeated offer of the ham that he'd bought especially, which as a Muslim is obviously a total no-go. It was all very embarrassing, and I was desperate not to cause any offence. Conference, I am willing to sacrifice my waistline for the general election, but not so much my place in heaven. The second constant for me these days, conference, and I want to say this as delicately as I can, anyone who wants a seat in Parliament seems rather adept at tracking me down to lobby me no matter where I go. In every part of the country, they seem to have a special GPS and beat a path to my door. In fact, I've been lobbied 3 times for a seat already in the ladies' loo this morning. So, anyone planning to grab 5 minutes with me over the next few days to talk about seats that may or may not be selecting very soon, just be warned. I have no shame in taking the credit for anyone's future success wherever I can get it, but I have to level with you. I actually have no power over who gets selected. But conference, those are small prices to pay for such an important role. And in this role, my priority is getting the party ready for a general election. This has mostly been about the organisation, our party machine. And I want to say a special word of thanks to my deputy, Conor McGinn, for the work that he's done and the difference that he's made over the last year. Now, winning in May's local elections was a key milestone. Our machine has been fine-tuned. This was evident both in May and in the by-elections that we've contested over the last year. We have seen significant progress, not least in those so-called red wall seats. Based on this year's results, we'd be winning back seats that we lost in 2019 and more besides. We're competitive in seats that we thought were out of reach, certainly in the short term. And the significance of Labour's victory in the Wakefield by-election cannot be downplayed. We exceeded expectations in a seat that illustrated the crushing move away from Labour in 2019. Winning back a seat like Wakefield is a huge deal. Our majority was the highest that we have ever had in that seat. So a massive well done to the whole team, and in particular to Simon Lightwood, our newest Member of Parliament. Now, voters in Wakefield backed a confident, renewed Labour Party that proved it had the ideas and the drive to appeal to working people. We were side by side with local people in Wakefield, taking on the issues that matter to them. And we offered a clear choice between a failing government and a Labour Party that has listened since the 2019 general election and changed itself to acknowledge the bruising lessons that we were taught. I am very pleased that we are winning, and you should be too. You and our activists across the party and across the country are winning. The work you do matters. You are the beating heart of our party. You secured our results in May, and you delivered over 2 million conversations with voters, the most in any election campaign since our records began. So I applaud the time that you give and all of your effort, and I thank you for it. You've set a high standard, and I want to maintain it. My hope is that 1 year from now, I will stand here and report to you on how we won a general election. May's results have us winning in Copeland, Great Grimsby, Hartlepool, Plymouth Moorview, Stevenage, Thurrock, West Bromwich East, West Bromwich West, Workington and Worcester. Fantastic. An absolutely fantastic position to be in. But conference, do you know what? That isn't good enough. Those results would only give us 291 seats in Parliament. We would be the biggest party for sure, but that's not good enough for me. And I know that that's not good enough for you. It certainly isn't good enough for the British people. I want a majority Labour government. We want a majority Labour government, and Conference Britain needs a majority Labour government. Now, after our defeat in 2019, that looked impossible, but it is possible. We have done it before, and we can do it again. And all over the world, centre-left parties are winning. Now, we're going to talk about Labour's road to Downing Street, and to do that, I'm delighted to have with us, all the way from a stunning general election victory in May, Paul Erickson, who is the National Secretary of the Australian Labour Party. But before I talk to Paul, we're going to play a little video about the last time that we came into government from opposition with a stunning Labour landslide.
Here he is, our new Prime Minister.
But just after 9 o'clock, news Boris Johnson would resign today.
A landslide victory for the Labour Party in Britain's general election. Tony Blair leaving his home with Sharif at the Palace.
A Labour majority of 167, the biggest ever Labour majority.
I'm grateful to Sue Gray for her report today.
Chris Pincher, Deputy Chief Whip, resigned from government last night in disgrace.
In today's budget, I put the people's priorities first. Better schools, a better health service, our whole economy better equipped for the future. Not just for a few, but for all the people. I want Britain to be a strong economic power in the next century.
It is absolutely essential that we give hope and opportunity to those hundreds of thousands of young people presently without it in our society today. But it was a mandate to get those things done in our country that desperately need doing for the future of Britain.
Elected as New Labour, he insisted they would govern as New Labour in the interests of all the people.
This is the moment they've been waiting for. Labour finally winning back one of their heartland seats, Wakefield in West Yorkshire.
Labour is back. This is just the start. I want many more days like this.
Hope has triumphed over fear and division.
People came across the Labour Party because the Labour Party was talking to them and for them.
What it shows is that if the Labour Party sticks to its core values and brings people together, then we win.
You're the future now, so make the most of it.
Labour is coming home.
Thank you, Conference. So Australian Labour, our sister party, they won the general election there in May, and I'm delighted that Paul is here with us. He was the architect of that win. Welcome to Conference, Paul. Tell us how you did it.
Thank you, Shabana, for that warm introduction. Thank you to David and the party organisation for inviting myself and indeed a delegation from the Australian Labor Party to attend your conference. And thank you, delegates, for welcoming me to present briefly today. We do bring a message of solidarity and hope on behalf of the ALP, which is also being represented in our delegation at this conference by our National President and former Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, Wayne Swan. Two parties with a tradition of learning from each other's successes. And on May the 21st, the Australian people voted decisively for a change of direction and elected a majority Labor government led by Anthony Albanese. As Shabana said, for only the fourth time since the Second World War and the fifth time in a century, Australian Labor won government from opposition. And that achievement is a testament to Anthony Albanese's leadership of our party, the electorate's confidence in his character, and his assessment that above all else, Australians wanted something better. In the final analysis, Australian Labor won the election because we talked about the future and we offered our country an alternative to more of the same. After 2 years of COVID and nearly a decade of coalition neglect, Labor offered Australians the chance to elect a Prime Minister who would show up, take responsibility and work with people to solve problems, an opportunity that Australians took. And over the course of our campaign, voters gained a very clear sense of what our Labor government's priorities would be. Getting wages growing, investing more in Medicare and healthcare, working with business to bring back manufacturing in Australia, and investing in renewable energy to reduce emissions and face up to the challenge of climate change. And that was the first objective of our campaign, to cultivate, elevate and stoke a mood for change. But we also had to account for a group of voters who until the very end held out, those who would describe themselves in their own words as sitting on the fence. The biggest barrier that Labor had to overcome was not voters' evaluation of our proposition or a counter-offer from our coalition. It was a widespread and deep sense of fatigue, anxiety and aversion to risk after some of the most difficult years that Australians have endured. Normally, these sentiments would drive fence-sitters back to the government of the day and weigh heavily against an effort to build a majority for change. But we had a powerful argument. We asserted that the alternatives at our election were not between the devil you know or a leap into the unknown. Instead, it was a clear choice between a better future under Anthony Albanese and Labor or 3 more years of a Conservative coalition that was out of touch, out of ideas and out of time. And that was the second core objective of our campaign, to ensure that for anyone still sitting on the fence, the spectre that haunted them into the polling booth was 3 more years of Conservative government under Scott Morrison and the Coalition. We did this having formed an assessment that the Coalition would do some work for us, that all they would offer was more of the same. More record low wages growth, more of a cost of living crisis, more of billions of dollars in waste and rorts, and still nothing to show for $1 trillion of debt. And when the votes were counted, our arguments, happily for us, prevailed. But of course, every election is different, and what works in one country can't just be picked up and applied in another. However, we're confident that the results of our election are a testament to the enduring fact that when Labor parties are united, are focused on the future, and offer that fresh start that can bring our countries back together again, we can climb the mountain and win from opposition and form a majority Labor government. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you, Paul. So many themes that obviously are relevant to Australia and here in the UK as well. Lots of food for thought for us from you there as we plan our own general election campaign. What would you say are the key lessons that we can learn from your experiences in Australia?
Thank you very much, Shabana. And I'll let the delegates in on a little secret, which is that we did talk about what topics we should cover in the Q&A. So I had some notice of the questions that were coming, and why I'm telling you that will make sense in a moment. Because to answer your question, I should probably highlight one of the key differences in how we campaign in Australia across all parties. Australia is a very large country with one of the most concentrated media markets in the world. So it can be very difficult to get a message across and to reach all of the voters that we need to reach. We're heavily reliant on advertising and paid advertising across digital, but also on sort of traditional broadcast medium like TV and radio. And that forces us into the discipline of having to set out our message in as little as 12 to 15 seconds, precious time that forces us to choose what we have to say. And so in that environment, winning campaigns spend time defining themselves and defining their opponent and not being squeamish in making the argument against our opponents and then never letting up. So in our campaign, what we focused on was highlighting the key things that the electorate already knew about Scott Morrison and the Coalition, but doing that because we wanted to make those failings the central question in the election and draw a contrast between their approach and our offer. So Australians knew that Scott Morrison and the Coalition never took responsibility. Everything was someone else's job or someone else's fault. It was a litany of mistakes, excuses and blame. They knew that Morrison and the Coalition had lost touch and didn't understand the pressure on working families. So they bragged about a strong economy in the middle of a cost of living crisis. And they knew that Morrison and the Coalition were too slow to act. Instead of fixing problems, it was just delaying inaction and excuses. And so we sought to sum that up, but then draw a contrast between that record and our offer and Anthony Albanese's style of leadership, which is to be a leader who can bring the country together, an experienced and safe pair of hands, and a leader who's trustworthy, authentic and in touch. So perhaps the best thing I can do to highlight my point that progressive campaigns and parties should never shy away from defying the contest on our terms and calling out our opponents is to play you the two videos that really summed up our case for change.
The world has changed, and I don't want Australia to miss out on the opportunities that presents. I'll invest in renewables so we don't miss out on lower power prices and well-paid advanced industry jobs. I'll make more things here so we don't miss the chance to rebuild our manufacturing. And strengthening Medicare means Australians won't miss out on better healthcare. A Labor government means Australia won't miss out on a better future.
Going to Hawaii when half of Australia was burning was a mistake.
I don't hold a hose, mate.
Not making sure we had enough vaccines and rapid tests was a mistake.
It's not a race, it's not a competition.
No one gets it right all the time, but Morrison makes too many mistakes. Next time something goes wrong, do you trust him to make it right?
That's not my job. That's not my job. It's not my job to do that.
Don't be scared to define our opponents. Thank you, Paul. Now, there's many parallels between our opponents and yours, and some of the so-called big-name strategists that you faced, I'm sure, are going to be finding their way over here when our election comes along. What would you say is the best way to deal with them?
Well, the best form of defence sometimes is attack, and we dealt with the inevitable attacks that we knew were coming from the Coalition by pointing out their own failings on the issues where we knew that they would play desperate politics, whether it was national security or the climate, or most importantly, the economy. And it's not a surprise that cost of living was the top issue in our election when Australians were facing rising interest rates, spiralling inflation and declining real wages. And as I said a moment ago, the Liberals tried to argue that only they could deliver a recovery, yet whenever the question was about the real experience of working people, they said that everything was beyond Australia's control, and really would say anything to avoid admitting that there is a role for government. And in contrast, over the course of the term and then through the campaign, our economics team, led by our now Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, and our Finance Minister, Katie Gallagher, they developed and set out an agenda to boost productivity, to get wages growing again and to start repairing our budget. And we campaigned consistently on the need to particularly boost wages growth and said that there were plenty of things that the government should do, and that the government should take responsibility for that challenge. And on top of supporting an increase to the minimum wage, investing in apprenticeships and training, the key argument that we made was that what was particularly critical to Australia now in 2022 was having a government that works with business to bring back manufacturing so that Australia can make things again. And local manufacturing can make us more self-reliant in a world where we are dealing with very, very disrupted supply chains. It means more jobs and more opportunities for young Australians, and those jobs can be better paid and therefore can help us get wages moving again. And so by engaging in that debate on the economy and not being afraid to take it up and having the better argument, we were then in a stronger position to highlight the Liberals' failings on the economy, which we did in our absolute closing argument of the campaign, which again I think are best summed up by our closing ads. And I do want to pay tribute to our lead creative, Dee Madigan, who worked with us on the campaign to put all these together.
By making more things here, Labor's Made in Australia plan will strengthen our economy with higher wages and more secure jobs, and will make TAFE fee-free so people have the right skills for those jobs.
Scott Morrison doesn't hold a hose, but he should have held a calculator. The millions of taxpayer dollars he wasted on sports rorts and car parks really added up. He doubled our debt even before COVID, and letting massively profitable companies keep JobKeeper payments is one of the reasons our debt has now tripled. Some of that money could have gone to making your life a bit easier. He says he's good with money, but that really doesn't add up.
Looking back, Paul, what would you say you could have done better?
Well, it was a very disrupted 2 years with COVID, with much of our country locked down and indeed with many of our internal borders closed. Australians separated from family and friends, and an incredibly difficult organising environment for our party. And much of our party activity was suspended during the pandemic for obvious public health reasons, and we're still in the process of opening back up. And I would observe that we, as I suppose is something of a theme in my presentation, we invest relatively more in our message and strategy, but the corollary of that is we invest relatively less in building up the skills and capabilities of our members and supporters. And just in the short time we've been here this week, we've really been impressed with the training and organising offering that the party organisation here leads on, and the way that that is embedded in the conference itself. So I think that that was probably the area that we found most challenging because of the context in which our campaign happened, and where we have the most to learn from you and from other centre-left parties around the world. And so we're really looking forward to finding more out about that over the next couple of days.
Thank you. And just on that point about members, obviously you'll have seen alongside your delegation, our members are the backbone of our party and our movement. What did you do to energise your membership ahead of the election?
Well, I think if there was one strength that we had in terms of energising and mobilising our members and activists, it was that we, through our campaign, successfully translated their frustration and anger at the Liberals into a positive message that things can get better. And that closing theme of our campaign that we started to outline in December of last year at our Rally for a Better Future in Sydney, it really reached its high point at our launch in Perth in May, where we really made the closing case, as you saw in that first piece from Anthony earlier, that Australia, we want to celebrate our strength, and Australians, we are proud of the fact that we believe that we're the best country in the world, but that can't be taken for granted. And after a decade of mismanagement and division and chaos, it was time for a change, because without that change, Australia wouldn't be able to take advantage of the big opportunities that are ahead of us. So to try to translate the anger that's always out there into hope and action, and that's something that we felt that we were successful with. And I think in closing, probably my final piece would be just to play one of the videos from our launch about that theme.
Australia, we can do better. This election is your chance to vote for a better climate change policy that invests in renewables to create jobs and drive down power prices, better wages and more secure jobs by making more things here which will rebuild manufacturing, better skills training with fee-free TAFE and better healthcare. After a decade of a Liberal national government, it's time to say we can do better.
Conference, we're so lucky that our friends and our colleagues in the Australian Labor Party are working so closely with us as we prepare for our own general election campaign. Thank you so much to Paul and the whole delegation for joining us at Conference this year and sharing your learnings with us. Conference, please show your appreciation for Paul and Australian Labor. Thank you. So, Conference, we can do this. We have done it before and we can do it again. The road to Downing Street runs through all those seats that I mentioned earlier. But if we want a Labour majority, then we must also pass through Dudley, Blackpool and Uxbridge. And there's no Labour majority without wins in Scotland and in Wales. We are selecting candidates for each of these contests, and we have some of those fantastic candidates here with us today. They're in these front rows, and I'd like them to stand up, turn around so you can see them all, and Conference, please show your support for our brilliant candidates and our future Members of Parliament. Fantastic. Thank you to all of our candidates and to all of the candidates who also couldn't be here with us today. So, Conference, these are the people who we need to get elected to deliver a Labour government. They are the people that we need to get behind if we are going to reach Downing Street. The road we must travel is long and there are many obstacles. No matter how finely tuned our party machine is, the organisation can't outrun the politics. The politics has to set the pace. It is the politics that will win us the next election. Our organisation will not be found wanting, but only the politics can build the coalition that we need to win. And this impacts on all of you because I need you to get uncomfortable. If we are going to build that coalition, then we have to talk and listen to the voters who aren't with us yet. There is no ideological one-size-fits-all. We must have uncomfortable conversations. We won't build that coalition without talking, without discomfort, and we won't build it without compromise. That is a dynamic process. Every conversation teaches us something about where we are going and how far we still have to go. But I know you can do it. When the general election comes, we will be ready. Now, you met our new army of trainee organisers earlier. They will reinforce our superb staff team, providing a solid foundation for our campaign, not just for the election before us, but for many elections to come. You've met our candidates, the standard bearers in every seat. And we have you, the party's most important asset, the people who deliver the leaflets, slog the streets, and notch up millions of conversations with voters. So the Tories can fool themselves as much as they want, and they can bask in the false light of their latest leader. They need to know this. We are coming for them. The public is not fooled, whether that's in Ashfield, in South Thanet, in Carmarthen, or in Inverclyde. The Labour Party is on the road to Downing Street. Thank you, Conference. I will see you on that road.
Thank you, Shabana and Paul, and thank you for that wonderful contribution. And we will be, at some point shortly after the election, joining you as equally the best countries in the world, delivering for our people. And if we can't do that together, then we've got a difficulty. But we will be winning the next general election. Okay. So, Conference, we're now moving on to the constitutional amendments. We are 20 minutes late, but we did start late, so we will still have the same allocated time. So this, the first announcement is, please don't forget that the priorities ballot is taking place in the ballot area until 14:30. If you've not yet voted, you should do so soon. And unaccustomed as I am, this is your last warning, is in my script. I think Fraser knows me quite well. So if you don't do it now, I think what the meaning is, you won't get that chance to do it. So we'll now move to the constitutional amendments. This year we have constitutional amendments from CLPs as well as from the NEC. To move the NEC's constitutional amendments, I'm going to invite Michael Wheeler, Vice Chair of the NEC's Organisation Committee. Michael, can you move the amendments? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Wendy. Conference, Michael Wheeler, Vice Chair of the NEC's Organisational Subcommittee, moving the NEC's constitutional amendments. Today, we will be debating a range of rule changes proposed by the NEC and a number from the CLPs as well. In line with precedent established by previous conferences and in order to assist with the administration of card votes, the NEC has agreed to group packages of its proposed constitutional amendments. Each of these groups will be subject to an individual card vote. The NEC recommends that Conference votes for the following NEC rule changes. Card Vote 1, Language, Administrative and Regulatory Amendments. This group of constitutional amendments makes certain changes to the rulebook to bring the language in the party's rulebook up to date, reflecting Conference's overwhelming approval of the independent complaints process last year, and to update some remaining obsolete language, such as changing references to the Welsh Assembly to the Welsh Parliament. This group also contains amendments to allow a more diverse range of delegates to move motions passed by National Annual Women's Conference, and important changes to the way constitutional amendments are proposed to Conference. The NEC believes that reintroducing a requirement to submit amendments a year in advance will provide greater opportunity for deliberation on their possible impact and to find consensus on the way forward in how they are implemented. The NEC is also proposing powers to enforce the rules on coalition agreements in local government in order to ensure that those agreements are in the best interests of all of us and the party. Card Vote 2, Getting Election Ready. This group of amendments proposes important changes to the rulebook to help put the party on a footing to win the next general election. The NEC is putting forward amendments to the parliamentary selection procedures to ensure that they are robust, fair and produce high quality and diverse candidates. These changes would also respect the amendment on emergency selection procedures passed by Conference last year, but do also address the NEC's concerns regarding the unintended legal consequences of that amendment. This group of amendments includes a proposal to increase trade union representation at the Joint Manifesto meeting, whether we are in government or in opposition. And we also propose to bring an end to Labour members of Parliament holding a dual role as a councillor, allowing them to focus on representing their constituents and making the fullest possible contribution in Parliament. Card Vote 3, Conference Business. This group of constitutional amendments proposes a number of changes to the way business is conducted here at Annual Conference. The NEC believes that it is right that the Conference Arrangements Committee should be elected by and for you, the party activists that attend Annual Conference. This grouping also contains amendments to the rules that are intended to increase the opportunity for CLPs with smaller delegations to participate in conference business with no effect on the voting weight in the CLP section. Card votes 4 and 5, National Labour Party Women's Committee and Conference and Rules for Women's Branches. The first of these constitutional amendments has been put forward by the National Women's Committee and would change how voting weight is calculated at National Annual Women's Conference. And the second has already been passed by the National Annual Women's Conference to come before you today. The NEC supports both of these amendments. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Michael. So just to give you some information before we move into the formal process of moving the amendments. So, Conference, the amendments from the Isle of Wight, Leeds East CLP, Leeds Central CLP and Southampton Itchen, along with the Derbyshire Dales and Tottenham amendments, have all been withdrawn. So there will be no votes on these today. So thank you, delegates. I'll now summarise how we're going to take the constitutional motions that still have to be voted on at the end of the session. I will now invite the remaining CLPs to move their amendments, and the first one will be does a delegate from Abercrombie, East Hampshire, Easington or any other CLP which submitted it wish to move their amendments on reselection of MPs?
Good afternoon. Hello, Conference. Hello, comrades. Peter Talbot, Islington North, Constituency Labour Party. Thank you. And I'm here to move Rule Change 6 entitled Selection Procedures to restore the ability of a CLP to conduct a trigger ballot when it has a sitting MP who is a Labour Party member and who in 2020 was found by the NEC not to have breached any of the Labour Party rules. So, Conference. I'm here to represent my constituency, Labour Party in Islington North, and I'm very proud to represent my constituency because it is a Labour constituency. Islington North has returned a Labour member to Parliament at every election since 1937. And Islington North has returned Jeremy Corbyn as its Labour MP at every election since 1983, and most recently, at the 2019 general election, on a 72% turnout, Jeremy received his greatest ever majority, over 34,500 votes. But the voters of Islington North are very confused, comrades. They don't understand why the local paper describes Jeremy Corbyn as an independent MP, because he was a Labour MP when they elected him. And Islington North is made up of the very mix of people that the Labour Party hopes to represent. Young and old, black and ethnic minorities, lawyers, teachers, manual workers, council tenants, owner-occupiers. Take a walk down any street, literally any street, in Islington North with Jeremy Corbyn, and you will see just how broad his support is. And if Labour's going to win the next election, we need to mobilise that wide cross-section of the electorate to vote for us. We need a range of Labour candidates. We need to demonstrate that the Labour Party truly is a broad church, and that's particularly important in relation to the thousands of young people that Jeremy brought into supporting Labour. Our local Labour Party is in limbo. Jeremy is a local Labour Party member, he's the local MP, he has the support of the majority of constituents, and he has no desire to be anything other than our Labour MP. But if we don't change the rules, and Jeremy can't stand for Labour at the next election, well, that would just be a disaster for us, frankly. It would not end well. It would be a gift to the Greens, to the Lib Dems and to the Tories. This rule change will not remove any powers from other constituency Labour parties. from trade union delegates or from the National
Delegate,
Executive Committee.
I've given you a little bit of latitude. Can you end now?
I will,
Thank
but it
you.
will ensure that the Labour Party, Parliamentary Labour Party cannot disqualify a sitting Labour MP from standing an election by simply withdrawing the whip. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Delegate. And can someone formally second that from the floor so that we can move? That's not the normal practice that we've done for the last two conferences, Rachel. Well, that's not our understanding. What I will say to you is you can speak in the debate. Yeah. So can someone formally second that? Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. And then moving now on to next. Yeah. And so we've got the delegate from Ceredigion, please.
Conference. Dylan Lewis-Rowlands, Ceredigion CLP. This year, Welsh Labour is celebrating 100 years of winning in Wales. Ers un naw dau dau, mae Llafur Cymru wedi ennill pob etholiad San Steffan ac pob etholiad seneddol. Since 1922, Welsh Labour has won every single Westminster election and every single Senedd election. Conference, I believe this must continue, and I know my comrades in Wales agree. This rule change would allow us to unlock the potential of Welsh Labour. From free prescriptions to publicly owned railways, Welsh Labour has always done things the Welsh way. It is high time our party structures represent the arrangement that we want to see across our country. Many in this room will support a federal Britain. We should put our money where our mouth is and support a federal party. The pandemic showed to the people of Cymru the potential of devolution. It showed to many of us, members, the potential of Welsh Labour. A democratic, socialist party with the interests of the Welsh people at heart is what Wales deserves. And frankly, after 100 years, it's what Welsh Labour deserves. I know this conversation has begun in Wales. The federalisation of the party is on the agenda. But it seems we are not there yet. It seems the NEC does not believe in Welsh Labour. In asking delegates to vote against, the NEC is asking Conference to have no faith in Welsh Labour or in Wales. I hope that we can move towards the future that Welsh Labour and Wales deserves. But in light of this conference, and on behalf of Ceredigion CLP, I will be remitting the rule change.
Thank you, Delegate. And can we have a delegate from either Bolton South, City of Durham, Kensington, Rushcliffe or South Dorset to move? Did he remit?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Okay. Sisters, brothers, friends and comrades, Matthew Teal moving the rule change on the selection of parliamentary candidates, CAC 1, page 44, on behalf of the City of Durham. This rule change will implement Keir Starmer's pledge to strengthen the role of CLPs in selections. It will preserve the long-standing role of CLPs in the long listing of their parliamentary candidates. This is not a left or right issue, it's basic democracy and important for every CLP. In 2004, I was Procedure Secretary overseeing the selection of our candidate and MP. And in 2019, I was elected again to oversee the selection of our parliamentary candidate, who is now our excellent MP. However, if things went so well then, why am I here calling for a rule change now? Well, in 2004, I was helped and advised by Central Party officials to ensure that the process was fair and impartial. But in 2019, things were very different. Those who should have been ensuring that the process was fair and impartial were actually trying to fix the outcome. On obviously spurious grounds, they took over the long-listing process, and when it came back for shortlisting, it was clear that the long-listing list had been fixed. Good candidates had been excluded for no good reasons. A very strong local BAME candidate had been cut out and replaced by a candidate who had no real interest at all in being our MP. Only with great effort did we avoid mass abstentions and resignations, and democratically selected our excellent candidate and MP. Since then, the NEC has withdrawn the right of CLPs to long-list candidates up and down the country, and they have justified this with elitist arguments that centralised control means better candidates. There is no evidence that the involvement of CLPs in their own selections produces bad results, but there is lots of evidence that Central Party officials can make some disastrous decisions. Already up and down the country, candidates have been excluded. Without this rule change, the Central Party officials, for no good reason, will continue to take the key long-listing stage of the selection process away from CLPs. Have no doubt, unless we pass this rule change, this could and very well likely happen to you and your constituency. So support this rule change for basic democracy within our party.
Thank you, Delegate. Can that again be formally moved from the floor? Seconded, sorry. Thank you. So moving then on to the next one, which is Cities of London and Westminster CLP on Newcastle upon Tyne. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Hassan Amin and this is my first conference representing Newcastle Central CLP. Thank you. The motion I wish to move today is placing a ban on anyone who is a property developer or lobbyist, aside from charities and trade unions, from becoming a local councillor. This is due to the fact that these two professions in particular create a conflict of interest for the councillor between themselves and the common people. For example, a councillor who is a property developer or lobbyist is able to control their business's success with their position in council, meaning that their interests as a councillor are more than likely shifted towards their business's prosperity compared to that of the working class. And it is their own livelihood at stake, which leads to the countless cases of corruption seen in Tory councils today. Need I mention that 1 in 10 people on Tory councils are financially connected to property developers? Need I mention that the Westminster council leader, a Tory, received over 200 gifts from property developers and had to be kicked out? This is exactly the injustice that the Labour Party stands against. And in times like these, we cannot afford, as the party of the people, to let any corruption undermine public trust in the local council, as the people of the UK cannot afford it. And the Labour Party cannot afford it as well, in the face of a cost of living crisis worsening by the day, every day, because when the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. And may I remind you that it is the local council's duty to provide for the needs of every single person that they are responsible for, not themselves, no matter how invaluable their industry experience may be. And we must take a stand against corruption. We must reinstate the working class's trust in the power of the local councils and that support them and not the few, and we must move this in order to show the people who we are, the party of the people. And to mention, this motion is not discriminatory under the Equality Act, as one's job title is not a protected characteristic, like the colour of one's skin. And I hope to continue Labour's legacy of public trust, transparency and fairness. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Delegate. And again, can we have a seconder from the floor? Thank you. Thank you. Next one then is a delegate from Preseli, Pembrokeshire CLP. Do you want to move their amendment on the ECHR? I'll call it one more time. Anyone from the Preseli, Pembrokeshire CLP? Thank you. Do you just want to register at the desk first? Thank you.
Molly Roach, Preseli, Pembrokeshire. We have been assured by those present that the legal group will come to speak to our CLP on this particular matter. And in view of that assurance, we are prepared to remit, not let go of this, but to remit this in the hope that we can represent it next year.
Thank you very much for that. So that amendment has been remitted. Moving then on to the final one, and that's from Southampton Itchin CLP. Southampton Itchin? Over there, I think, aren't they? Right. No, I've called that twice, and as there's no mover, then that falls. So thank you, Conference. That's all our CLP constitutional amendments moved and seconded. I will now take some speakers on constitutional amendments. It would be very helpful if you could clearly state which constitutional amendment you are speaking about. You are welcome to contribute on either NEC or CLP constitutional amendments. I will call speakers in fours. You can speak to up to 2 minutes. And the screens by the lectern will show you the time you have left. This time will be strictly enforced. Please remember to register at the desk before coming onto the stage. And Conference, as Harry Donaldson explained this morning, all delegates must remain in their seats when they are wishing to speak. If you wish to speak, then raise your hand. If you seek to attract attention by standing on your seat, not advisable, or by waving a prop or walking up to the stage, you will not be called. There are accessibility stewards around the conference floor. If you are unable to raise your hand, let an accessible steward know, or ask someone who sat near you to assist you with that as well. So can I see all speakers who wish to speak in the debates? I will call you first, Rachel, because you sat there very, very quietly, so I will call you. So, right, let me go. So, if you I'm going to call 4 first, so if you go to the desk. So, where am I? Am I not on this? Oh. So, there's a woman there, I think, in the blue top. Yeah, you, yes. Black, sorry. The lights are pretty bad. I will come round. Where am I going now? The Wales at the back. Is that Wales?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, there's only one in the seating at the back. I can't see what you're wearing, but I can see, yes, I can see your hand. And then what about this? No. Yes. And the guy there with his phone in his hand. Is that 4? Yeah, that's 4. I will come round for some more. Okay, shall we start? Rachel, do you want to? And just to remind everybody again, it is 2 minutes, and I will be being very strict with the time because then we can get more people in to speak. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Wendy. I am very well behaved, as you know. Rachel Garner, Mid-Bedfordshire, conference veteran. We've heard a fair bit about unity, so now we have the opportunity with Card Vote 6 to deliver on that. I feel like, as a party, we've got ourselves into a bit of a mess. Instead of turning our collective fire on this horrendous Westminster government, it feels like too much time and energy is sadly going into fighting the left of the party. And we're not going away. We're part of the broad church. And we need to come together and unite and defeat the Tories. So our political enemies are Liz Truss, Kwasi Kwarteng, and that awful Tory government. Our political enemy is not Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy is a Labour member and an MP. The party's disciplinary processes have concluded. Jeremy is a well-liked, conscientious local MP, and yet because of the undemocratic, unaccountable decisions of the Chief Whip, from which there is seemingly no way out, it is nearly 2 years, Jeremy is currently unable to face his trigger ballot. Jeremy led our party to 600,000 members, brought a whole new generation into voting and joining the Labour Party. We would be better, far better, going into a general election as a united party rather than attempting to make Jeremy grovel and deny the truth that he spoke. That seems the only way out. Conference, be clear, this has nothing to do with the party's disciplinary processes. They are concluded. This rule change is about CLPs being able to choose a candidate without an unaccountable, undemocratic decision to block it. So let's let Islington North select the candidate of their choice. Let's build an inclusive, respectful Labour Party where we're all valued as members and trade unions. And let's work together in unity to defeat the Tories. Support rule change. Card Vote 6.
Deep breath. Julie Chaplin, Vice Chair of Rushcliffe CLP and first-time delegates. As Matthew said when he proposed the rule change concerning the selection of parliamentary candidates, this rule change is needed to make sure that CLPs are always in control of who is on the long list and that local candidates cannot be excluded, as has happened in Stroud, Peterborough and Hastings. Rushcliffe CLP voted to submit this rule change because members felt strongly that the NEC being able to override the decision of a CLP selection committee is anti-democratic and democracy is important to them. But as well as being about democracy, it is also about member engagement. As I'm sure lots of you do, we find it difficult to get members to commit and to come to meetings. But the one time we can guarantee a full meeting is when we're selecting our parliamentary candidate. I know that if members felt that it wasn't really their decision, that a candidate that they supported was being excluded from the long list, then we would lose them. And that would mean losing them from the campaigning too. And in Rushcliffe, we need every activist we can get out on the doorstep. In the 2019 election, the final selection of the candidate, Cheryl Pidgeon, was close. But the people who hadn't voted for her were happy to come out and support for her canvassing and leafleting because they were happy that a democratic decision had been made. I'm not sure they would have felt the same if their candidate had been excluded without good reason. For that reason, I'm asking you to support this rule change. Thank you.
Delegate.
Afternoon, Conference. My name is Mike Tapp. I'm the parliamentary candidate for Dover and Deal, recently selected. I'd like to speak to you about selection of parliamentary candidates, quite obviously, number 7. So I've recently been through the candidate selection process, and it is gruelling. High pressure, and it feels long. They've managed to will it down to 5 weeks, but it feels a hell of a lot longer when you're on those doorsteps. And today, I've been in a room with the other parliamentary candidates who were selected and have obviously been in here with you, and they are of high calibre, incredible people, very talented and very diverse. So the system is clearly working. And we could have the next election this winter. We don't know when it's going to be. It could be in a few months' time, in a year, or indeed in 2 years. Now, in Dover and Deal, we really are at the forefront of Conservative failures. Crime rates are high. Ambulance waiting times are far too long. Children are going hungry, and we need to be campaigning on those issues now. And we're lucky in Dover because we've got through a relatively swift selection process, so we can. And it's important that all of our target seats can select their parliamentary candidates quickly, with no delays, and if it's not broken, it doesn't need fixing. So I urge delegates to vote with the NEC against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'd like to thank the panel for peering into the darkness and sort of picking me out of the bag. I'm here to speak in favour of the motion moved by Islington North and also my own CLP, Hackney North and Stoke Newington. Thank you. The issue at hand with the selection of MPs is not necessarily one of whether you personally like or dislike Jeremy Corbyn or what he stands for. It's a principle of whether CLPs have the democratic right to select who they wish to have as an MP. It's not necessarily the case that Jeremy Corbyn, this isn't the reinstate Jeremy Corbyn immediately amendment. This is the allow his constituency Labour Party to make a decision as to whether he should be or he shouldn't be. It should be their choice, and since he has not been found to have broken any rules by the National Executive, there should not be sort of some kind of double jeopardy law that has him suspended a second time from the whip, not the party, of course. It is an essential democratic right that CLPs are able to choose who their MP is. It allows for political breadth, and it allows for a more dynamic party. This will change would reassert the sovereignty and the actual decision of the NEC. It allows for dissent within party ranks, and it allows for CLPs to choose who represents them at a general election. As such, I hope people here can support that rule change. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do the next round. There's not many people with hands up over there, so I'll continue over here. We have got 20 minutes still to take speakers. So the woman, yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for some.
Are we struggling for BAME speakers?
Yeah. Can I just? We haven't had many BAME speakers, and I'd really like to get everybody involved in the party. So I'm just going to have a look, and I'm conscious I haven't seen anybody from the West Midlands. Just make sure. Oh, there we go. There is, I think, red top. Yes, thank you. And then I'll go over here, but I can only see one hand there with the mask. Yeah, and one more. Where am I looking, Fraser?
Maybe one from the middle.
Somewhere in the middle, at the back, at the middle. Yeah, with the suit. The guy right at the back. Yeah. Is that 4? That's 4, and we'll come back. Okay, so if the first one's ready to speak. And if you all continue to be very good like the previous speakers, we'll get more in. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Samantha Niblett from Erewash CLP, and I'm speaking against the proposed Rule Change 6 because the rule change is just flawed. The ability to remove the whip is a fundamental safeguard to prevent those who lost the right to claim they're a Labour representative to misrepresent our party further. And the only body who can actively and decisively and swiftly act on these issues is the Parliamentary Labour Party. Conference, we know that politics isn't perfect. Politicians are human, and the odd rotten apple is going to get through, right? But MPs of all parties, small though the numbers may be, have rightfully had the whip removed following completely unacceptable behaviour, scandal, corruption, sexual harassment. All of these things have happened in our Parliament, the birthplace of modern democracy. And the public don't care about our internal arguments. They care about putting food on the table, heating their homes, and creating a better future. They care about having MPs who understand their community and live their life with the values we espouse. And when we fail to give them this, we are told in no uncertain terms at the ballot box. If this rule change is passed, this is the unfortunate real-world consequence. And Conference, let me tell you this, I am fed up of the Tory government. I am fed up of the Tory government ruining my child's life chances. I'm fed up of Tory Prime Minister after Tory Prime Minister shaming our great country. This rule change does nothing to change that, nothing. So please vote against it and show the country that our party really knows the priorities of the ordinary people. Thank you.
Conference. I'm Paulette Hamilton, the first-time Speaker and proud to be the first Black MP in Birmingham. I have the honour of having been elected to represent the people of Birmingham Erdington in the House of Commons. Conference. I never expected to be stood here in front of you today. I spent my career working as a nurse in our NHS and as a local councillor in Birmingham. But earlier this year, we lost a stalwart of our movement, Jack Dromey. And I just want you to clap at that point because he was wonderful. I put myself forward to continue Jack's hard work and deliver for the people of Birmingham, at Birmingham Erdington. We all know that getting selected is never easy, but I was selected overwhelmingly by local members. It is vital that our CLPs representing our grassroots party members continue to have a say in the shortlisting and ultimate choice of candidates. Many parties will testify to the quality that local candidates rooted in their communities can bring both as candidates and ultimately as members of Parliament. That's why I would urge Conference to support the Getting the General Election Ready rule changes. These rule changes allow members a real...
Sorry, Paulette, can you start to wind up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
These rule changes allow members a real say in who their candidate is and to ensure that we have the very best in our movement in the House of Commons. Our candidates must have the support of the local party members, and they must have the confidence of the wider Labour movement and be able to win the trust of the electorate. Please support this rule change and be ready for that general election victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Do you want to take the next round to keep moving?
So, my name is Hannah and I'm from Thornbury and Yates CLP. I'm here to speak against card vote number 2, the NEC motion getting general election ready, because as far as I can see, it's just a naked power grab by the NEC. In particular the section on page 36 of the CAC report, which says, G, alternative procedures. The NEC has an absolute power to cancel or amend procedures for selections. Now, the NEC already has substantial powers to amend selections on with the very narrow proviso that they be in keeping with the aims of the motions in question, and that they be on some ground of practicality or necessity on the basis of circumstances. Of course, the Labour Party it's not like the Labour Party hasn't, in its over 100 years of history, fought general elections before. Indeed, as one of the previous speakers, who's obviously on the side of the majority of the NEC, said the procedures are working and not broken. But this does away with even that narrow proviso. Presumably this is what the speaker meant about unintended legal risk, because the only legal risk is that the NEC would be subject to challenge if they couldn't justify their choices even on those narrow grounds. But now they have an absolute power to cancel or amend procedures for selections, and it renders everything this body decides, whether today or last year, completely irrelevant on the matter of selections. Thank you.
Delegate, before you start to speak, I'm just going to call the next round. Sorry, can I just ask you to pause 1 second while I get the next 4 people? Thank you. So, there's somebody that, can I see a red scooter? That's that one.
You've got a hand up in the Wales delegation who've not spoken, right in the middle. I can't see.
I can't see the hand. I can see a hand in the Welsh delegation, but I can't see other than the hand. So could you just raise the hand a little bit higher? No? Yes? Right at the back? In the darkness? Sorry? No? Okay. So we will...
There's a hand up over there.
Well,
Is that an accessibility steward? Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody with an accessibility steward.
And that's someone that's with the accessibility steward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got him.
That's 2. And there's a bare woman there. Or do I go further? Right in the back corner, and I can see just something in the hand. No, further back than you, sorry. Yeah, waving it to me now. Yeah, that's 3 and 1 more.
You might want to remind people they shouldn't wave things and
Yeah. Where am I going? 2 from over there. Sorry? It was the person with the accessibility steward. One from the front here. Come on, Fraser, where? Here, the guy. Yeah, the guy stood there, yeah. Not stood, sorry. Sat, yeah. And that should be 4. And we will take another round. Sorry for making you wait, but if you want to address conference now, thank you.
Bryn Griffiths, delegate for Colchester Labour Party, currently undergoing selection process to elect the candidate that will defeat Will Quince, the Tory cabinet member in Colchester. To beat a notorious Johnson apologist, like Will Quince, we need a united party, and we need to be able to launch an anti-Tory crusade like never before. And to get a united party, as the other speakers have said, the constituency party members have to have the right to select the candidate they see best. The question facing you, Conference, the question facing you is, do we trust the people here that I can see and the thousands of people they represent, or do you think you are untrustworthy? I resoundingly say that it is the party members in the constituencies that know who it is best to select. We shouldn't be having this debate. Comrades, we shouldn't be having this debate because of the debate we had last year. Last year's conference was clear. It supported the right of CLPs to longlist, shortlist and select their candidates. But we've seen a council leader in Stroud excluded. We've seen a former MP excluded in Peterborough, a deputy leader excluded in Wakefield. Please, comrades, support democracy and your right to select your candidates. Conference, vote for all the constitutional amendments which back our members, which back you. Vote for card vote 7, vote for card vote 10, vote for card vote 6. And finally, from the bottom of my heart, in the sake of unity, for God's sake, vote for the Islington North resolution card vote 6. And finally, can I end with a quote from our leader, Keir Starmer? The selections for Labour candidates, this is Keir, remember, the selections for Labour candidates need to be more democratic, and we should end the NEC impositions of candidates. Local party members should decide
Delegate, can
candidates
I ask you
in
to
every
start
election.
winding up,
Keir,
please?
you were right when you said that in 2020, and it's still as right as the day you said it then. Vote for the amendments for democracy.
Hi there, Lauren Howells from Hartlepool CLP, speaking against the motion to hold trigger ballots for Members of Parliament suspended from the PLP, card vote 6. I spoke on a similar motion last year which was rightly voted down, and I call upon you to do the same again. Conference, in this Conservative Britain, so much is already stacked against victims of injustices great and small, of traumas both told and untold. Victims bear the wounds, sometimes for the rest of their lives. But as a young woman from Hartlepool, where our MP had the whip removed for sexual harassment, I know the lasting pain that trauma leaves on our movement and on CLPs. That conference is why we must vote this proposal down. Conference suspension, either from membership of the party or from the PLP, is for a reason, and sometimes the traumas which lead to that moment remain unsaid. Perish the thought, Conference, of someone suspended from the PLP for whatever reason, reopening the wounds which they brought upon others in a lengthy trigger ballot process, selling themselves to members as a worthy representative. It is immoral, it is dangerous, it is bad for our party, and it is emphatically not the behaviour of an organisation ready for government. Conference, that is why I invite you to do the right thing. On card vote 6, vote this proposal down. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Evans, Runnymede and Weybridge CLP, speaking in support of card vote 3 on conference business, which is page 38. It concerns the election of the Conference Arrangements Committee. Conference, this is your conference, our conference, and we should have the right to choose the members of the Conference Arrangements Committee, the committee that decides the day-to-day running of this conference. Every morning we get a report from the chair of the Conference Arrangements Committee, an important report that we listen to. The present system is not fairly representative of the delegates here at conference. nor I suggest is a good use of our funds, party funds. The money currently being spent in the way it is at the moment would be so much better spent campaigning, winning power at the general election. £25,000 could be put into campaigning pot, whereas a vote by you, the delegates here, is free. So I support the amendment that the Conference Arrangements Committee be elected by a means of a card vote from CLP delegates here at Party Conference. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Albert Probert Hill, first-time delegate for Conkerton CLP. I say we should listen to the members of each CLP. It's ingrained in our own party. Democracy, as the late Tony Benn once said, democracy is the most radical thing possible. Listen to Tony Benn, listen to his words. Conference, I say vote up this motion, and if you don't, well, what are we about? We're a party of democracy. We're not a party of authoritarianism, are we? Thank you.
Rory McQueen, Camberwell and Peckham Constituency Labour Party, here supporting table-topping Leyton Orient and card vote 7. As we have heard already, historically, long listing was done by constituency parties, as you would expect intuitively, but it wasn't specified in the rulebook. And in the last year, the NEC has issued guidance which removes the rights of CLPs to undertake long listing. Alarmingly, the justification given is that taking power away from us, the ordinary members, and putting it in the hands of a small select few will result in, quote, higher quality candidates, whatever that means. Local members know what makes a quality candidate and one that meets the needs of their constituency. It's patently more democratic to trust CLPs, as was traditionally the case, and it would more closely mirror councillor selections where local members are trusted to run long listing through local campaign forums. Nothing is less likely to engender unity than a feeling that a candidate was not the CLP's first choice. In my own constituency of Camberwell and Peckham, Harriet Harman has announced she will not be standing at the next election, and this will be our members' first chance in 40 years to select a new candidate, hopefully for the next 40 years. Of course, local activists embedded in the community, engaged in campaigns and struggles on the ground, are best placed to know who the best candidates are. And in Camberwell and Peckham, we have a number of excellent local activists with the talent to make a fantastic MP, deep understanding of the constituency, well-established roots and connections. If recent selections in Stroud, Wakefield and elsewhere are anything to go by, including the exclusion of a local council leader with the support of 7 national trade unions, these are exactly the kind of people who may not get a look in if card vote 7 is not successful. Please support card vote 7.
Hello, Jane Thomas, Sheffield Hallam CLP. I would like to speak about card vote number 6, reselection procedures, and recommend that you vote against it. And I'll tell you why. I want you to think more Sheffield Hallam and less Islington North, because in 2017, as chair of Sheffield Hallam, I got the phone call that we had Jared Amara selected as our candidate. And I won't say too much about that, as I think most of you will know how that panned out. It was the first time in that election that we ever had a Labour MP. We had worked decades to help other CLPs because we knew we would never get a Labour MP. And finally, after 100 years, we got a Labour MP. It lasted about a year because we still had an MP, but we didn't have a Labour MP. And I cannot tell you how problematic that is for the CLP, for its members, and for the wider community. We had waited to get plugged into the Labour Party at the heart, to the Parliamentary Labour Party, to hear about select committees, to feel part of the Labour family, and we couldn't. Our links with the party should have been there. And in fact, I think we felt worse off than we were before. It was a hugely problematic time, not least of all for Jared. It still comes up on the doorstep. This amendment should be seen not by personalities, though, by principle. What happened to us in Sheffield Hallam, where we'd waited years to have a Labour MP, could happen to you. So I urge you to vote against reselection procedure, card vote 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And we have no time for further speakers because we do have the result of the priorities ballot. But before we deal with that, I'll ask Michael Wheeler to respond to the points that have been raised. Thank you, Michael. You have to go to the desk. Come to the desk. And if you could tell them what the point of order is, and then we'll decide whether it is a point of order. That's the normal process. Yeah, you will see. Oh, right. Okay. Go on then, Andrew. I'll tell them off later.
Pardon? Chair, Conference, Andrew Fisher, Croydon Central CMLP. First-time delegate and first-time speaker, although I didn't intend to be. I just want to query what the speakers from Erewash, Hartlepool and Sheffield Hallam said in their interpretation of motion 6, which I think is incorrect. And I may be wrong, but I want to just check this.
I'm not quite sure it's a point of order.
It is a point of order.
Just if you could, rather than make a speech, will you just make the point of order?
Very quick. It says a member of the Labour Party who has not had their membership rights to stand in internal selections to represent the party as a publicly elected representative suspended. Now, in each of the cases, in terms of the Hartlepool example and in terms of Sheffield Hallam, that person had their membership rights suspended. That's a different thing.
Andrew,
the NEC can suspend people.
It's not a point of order because it's about a party debate.
That is clarifying something in terms of accuracy, which is a point of order.
It's not. That's not a competent point of order, and I've had advice from both sides. And can I just remind people that when you screaming out like that, people who are using the hearing loop, it's very damaging to those people. So can I ask you to try and refrain from that? I understand why people get excited. I haven't got a problem with that, but certain pitches, I'm told, impact on people with hearing impairments. Thank you. Michael.
Conference. First of all, I would like to thank every single delegate who contributed to the debate. Rule changes can sometimes be a bit dry, but these debates are important, and somehow as a party we always manage to inject some passion into them. Moving to the rule changes from the CLPs, card vote 6 on reselection procedures. The rule change represents a significant legal risk to the party. In order to successfully defend legal claims, the party must be able to show that it is applying its rules consistently and fairly. Changing the fundamental rules midway through a parliamentary selection cycle leaves the party open to legal challenge from candidates that may be put at a disadvantage. There are historic examples of MPs that have had the parliamentary whip withdrawn but did not have their membership rights suspended, including sexual harassment cases and other serious cases of misogyny and abuse. The party has reformed its processes, but this rule change runs the risk of undermining all of that. On card vote 7, selection of parliamentary candidates. The NEC has agreed procedures for parliamentary selections that are robust, fair and ensure that high quality and diverse candidates are selected to represent us. Regardless of whether selections are run on standard or emergency procedures, for example during by-elections, the CLP still runs shortlisting and local members still decide who their candidate is. Many CLPs will testify to the quality of the candidates that this process has delivered. However, it is critical that the party has a consistent and fair approach to candidate due diligence, which is why the NEC have agreed procedures to that effect. Due diligence cannot be delivered to that standard at a local level. On card vote 9, parliamentary candidate selections. This proposed amendment is inconsistent with our contractual obligation to treat members of this party equally and fairly. It would limit the membership rights of people to put themselves forward for selection purely on the basis of their employment status. This, once again, represents a significant legal risk to our party. In addition, existing legal duties, codes of conduct, and mandatory declarations of interest already exist to manage potential conflicts of interest. Conference, the positions recommended by the NEC will be on the screen shortly. I move those from the NEC and would ask that you oppose the 3 remaining ones from CLPs.
Thank you, Michael, and we will return to the process of voting after the next item, which is the result of the priorities ballot. So can I call on the Chief Scrutineer? Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Sophia James, Chief Scrutineer. I will now give the result of the priorities ballot, which determines which motions will be debated at this year's conference. The ballot was divided into 2 sections, one section for CLPs and one for affiliated organisations. As per the rules surrounding conference, the 6 priority subjects achieving the greatest percentage of votes cast in both sections will be timetabled for debate. Therefore, the 12 topics that will be timetabled for debate and compositing are as follows. From the CLP section, health, 258,011. Social care, 244,340. Climate crisis, 226,985. Violence against women and girls, 212,265. Electoral reform, 195,844. And from the affiliate section, public services and local government funding, 1,713,075. Equalities, 1,710,727. Workers' pay, 1,707,972. The Ukraine, 1,706,549. The growing challenges of our economy, 1,706,549. And finally, investing in our infrastructure and the workforce, 1,706,149. The full results will be published in the CAC report tomorrow morning and pinned on the door of the CAC office later today. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you for that report. So we'll now move to the votes on the motions and amendments that we've heard today. So firstly, we'll move on to the motions from the Women's Conference. As these are policy motions, they will be by a show of hands. I can't hear you. Do you want to go to the desk and...
Question on the priorities ballot. Might I just say we'll seek clarity from the Chief Schools and
yeah.
Something's gone astray.
They're just sending them up. Yeah.
Hello, comrades. I know it's just me, but 8 people around me, but we only counted 5 CLP motions coming forward, and there ought to be 6. Could we be told the 6, please?
I'm not sure what they are, but we can obviously ask while we're doing the other votes to make sure that we've got the right information.
So we'll be told that later today.
Yes.
Good.
And
Right here.
hopefully,
Thank
we'll be
you.
able to do it more or less straight away.
Lovely.
once
I
we've
won't
done
waste
the
more
other
time.
votes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was that the same point of order from over there? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
They've been published with the CAC.
Sorry.
They've been published with the
And
CAC.
is the six?
The six, yeah.
I can't see that.
Point of order? Just following on from that, I think I and others around me only counted 5 CLP motions as well.
Yes,
that
was the
that
same
right?
point of order from the gentleman over there that we're just about to resolve. There is 6, but unfortunately I can't see on the screen what the 6th one is, but it will be up on the screen when we deal with the other votes. Thank you. Okay, so where am I now? So, back to, we will vote firstly on the Women's Conference motions. As these are policy motions, they will be by a show of hands. The first motion on women and the economy, can I see all those in favour? Thank you. And any against? That's unanimous. Thank you, delegates. And the second one... The second one is violence against women and girls. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. And any against? That's another unanimous vote. Thank you, delegates. So we now move on to the NEC and CLP rule changes, which according to our rule book must be voted on as a card vote. The card vote numbers are in the CAC report and are on the screen behind me, hopefully, or they will be in a second, I'm told. Okay, so do I need to read them out or not? Are they up there?
Just stick to the script.
Okay, so the card vote numbers are in the CAC report 1 and are now on the screen behind me. The NEC amendments are card vote 1 through to 5. The constitutional amendments are card vote 6 through to 14. But obviously, some of those are now have been remitted or withdrawn. Please note the following CLP constitutional amendments have been withdrawn. So those were the ones that I read out earlier. So it is 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. I'm in the middle of a vote.
You've taken the vote, so you need to
unfortunately, I'm in the middle of a vote. I can't take a point of order. Okay. So, delegates, tellers, I presume, are in their place.
Yes, we're aware of it, yes.
Sorry? We're in the middle of a vote. I can't take a point of order.
It doesn't affect the vote.
It doesn't affect the vote.
Because whether it's remitted or withdrawn, there's still no vote.
Yes. So, tellers are in their places. Can I now ask you to try and remain in your seats while the vote is taking place? And the information is on the screen behind me.
complaints from some of the delegates at the back that can't see the recommendations. They said they can't see the screen, the text is too small.
Right. Okay, what are we going to do? So do I read out the recommendations?
I think so. Can you read them from here?
Oh, doubt it. Okay, we've just been pointed out to us that a number of delegates can't see the recommendations on the screen, which I think it's now up again. So I'm going to try and read them on this small screen again. So card vote number six. The NEC recommendation is against. Card vote 7. NEC recommendation against. Card vote 8 against.
And the text is now bigger.
And the text is now bigger. Do you want me to carry on? Are you okay at the back with the text now?
Might as well carry on.
Right, okay. General selection rules, which is card vote 10, was withdrawn. Joint manifesto meeting, card vote 11 was withdrawn. Conditions of membership 12 was withdrawn. Party legal obligations 13, the NEC is against. And card vote 14, general rules for selection, the NEC recommendation is against. And where's the list of the 6 CLP motions? Right.
Well, it's like 1 through to 5, 4.
There's only 5 on there still, Fraser.
There is only 5.
Oh, no, not these. They're on about the scrutineer's report.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I will. Yeah, will do. And can I ask delegates to hold up your card votes so that the tellers can see how many remain to be counted? Oh, sorry, put in the box. I'm not going to do it in the middle of that, so if you just speak the screen up and I'll read it out. Dear me. I'm thirsty. go over there to that guy there?
We're not that agile.
Oh, I think he might. Can I just ask you to take your seat so I can see where, if there are any card votes left to be cast? We've got some at the front here, and I think need a box over at the back of the room. Is that clear over there, Andy?
Is it time for us?
Delegates, can we settle down, and can I see if there's any more card votes that need to be put into the boxes? Can I have a box over here? We've got some here.
Do we normally say tellers should go to the sides of the room?
There. I can. That's it, Anu. Get that one. I'll ask for one teller to come here just in case. What do you think?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Colleagues, can you settle down? The vote is about to close. I'm going to ask one of the tellers to just come and stand to the side of the stage in case there's anybody else, and I can see someone here. There's one there. Yeah, there's somebody there though. Yeah, will do. I'm not sure we can leave it for 5 minutes, can we? Have we collected all the card votes? If there's anybody that's still got them within the next 2 minutes, if you go over to the exit sign, there will be a teller with a box there, but only for that period of time. Okay. I don't know what this bloke thinks he's going to do, but... Okay, delegates, can you settle down and we can make the formalities to close conference? But I understand there's a point of order. Can you go over to the desk and tell them what that point of order might be? But they'll just tell him to. Delegates, there was a point of order raised about only 5 being listed. I'll read them out for you because we've got phrases. We've got 6 now. So it's health, social care, climate crisis, violence against women, electoral reform, early years and childcare. Do I have to wait or not? So, delegates, we are running, and we're running slightly late, but understandably, we wanted to hear from Shabana and Paul, which I hope you found an interesting discussion. So conference, I can now say that conference stands adjourned until 9:45 tomorrow, when the next plenary session begins. For those delegates going to the compensating meetings, good luck, and hopefully we'll see you before the end of conference. I understand the longest ever has been 14 hours, but when you've got, is it 70? 80 odd on electoral reform motions. I'm not sure when they might be able to get through those. So the composite meetings are in the ACC, which is across the bridge from the exhibition centre. Start times will be staggered over the course of this evening, so all of you that are involved in the compositing should have had that information. So thank you very much, delegates. Have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow.